Chapter 1736, Annihilation. Chapter 1736, Annihilation. 1,000 years ago, the storyteller used a secret skill to bring the eternal human emperor down and nearly exhausted his lifespan. Right now, this secret skill was clearly similar to the storyteller's secret skill. Furthermore, the secret skill of the witch race was even more intense. Not only was the life of a top emperor like the hell which emperors sacrificed, it was activated with the bloodlines of 4 witch race emperors and hundreds of thousands of witches. An expert of the witch race from the upper world was about to descend upon Tianhuang mainland. However, Su Zimo had no way of stopping everything. This is bad. When the storyteller saw that, his heart skipped a beat. Long Ran had a grim expression as well. I wonder how strong will the expert of the upper world summoned by the witch race be? However, no matter what, any expert that descends from the upper world will have to pay a heavy price. Not necessarily. The storyteller sighed with a worried expression. As the palace guardian of the human emperor's palace, he naturally knew that the current Tianhuang mainland had imperfections in heaven and earth with chaotic laws. After 1,000 years, the laws of this world might not even affect the experts of the upper world. If that was the case, the consequences would be unimaginable. The living beings of the 10,000 races of Tianhuang mainland were probably doomed. Back then, the eternal human emperor's cultivation realm fell continuously, and he was severely injured, leaving only his essence spirit. With the help of Su Zimo's green lotus true body, he could even kill top emperors such as the heavenly god emperor. If an expert of the witch race could descend from the upper world without any changes to his cultivation realm, nobody would be able to defend against his attacks. Boom! Boom! A loud bang sounded from the skies. Suddenly, a dark green beam of light descended from the crack in the firmaments and smashed heavily onto the ground of the middle continent. The ground shook and the mountains trembled. Countless living beings turned into ashes on the spot against the dark green beam of light. Immediately after, right in front of the living beings of the 10,000 races, 7 figures descended slowly. The 7 figures wore strange clothes. Unlike the witches of Tianhuang mainland, they looked even older. However, the 7 figures also had a pair of dark green eyes that looked extremely strange, like the eyes of a fiend. What was even more terrifying was that when the 7 figures descended with a tremendous might, the living beings of the 10,000 races felt a sense of danger. Even the emperors of Tianhuang mainland could not muster any resistance against that might, let alone ordinary cultivators. The dragon phoenix true body had a grim expression as he looked at the 7 figures. Are they the experts of the upper world? Which one is the Black Witch? Or is the Black Witch not referring to a single person, but something else? The 7 experts of the witch race of the upper world descended slowly, and the void around each of them collapsed continuously. This world could not withstand the power of the 7 witch race experts. What was even more terrifying was that the 7 witches from the upper world were not affected or impacted by any laws after arriving in Tianhuang mainland. What the eternal human emperor was worried about back then had finally happened. Heaven and earth had imperfections, and the laws were incomplete. The hell, which emperor summoned his secret skill, and summoned experts of the witch race of the upper world who could descend without any drop in their cultivation realms. Among the 7 experts of the witch race of the upper world, an old man from the witch race murmured slowly, "We're here. This mainland is a minor kiliacosm. Haha, the living beings in this minor kiliacosm are so weak." Another slightly younger witch grinned excitedly and released his spirit consciousness to patrol Tianhuang mainland brazenly. "Elder Feng, is what you said true?" Another witchwoman asked. "Are there truly rare treasures in this minor kiliacosm?" "That's for sure." The old man from the witch race of the upper world nodded. Although this minor kiliacosm is weak, it's still a world of its own. It's not impossible for treasures to exist here. The few witches from the upper world spoke casually without concealing their voices and intentions. They did not take the 10,000 races of Tianhuang mainland seriously at all. Or rather, in the eyes of the 7 witches of the upper world, all the living beings of Tianhuang mainland were ants. Even emperors were merely slightly stronger ants. Su Zimo was secretly alarmed. Elder Feng was not wrong. At the very least, the creation green lotus was a treasure from the upper world. The heaven-slaying sword art and earth-slaying sword art seemed to be from the upper world as well. That was only what Su Zimo knew. There might be more that he did not know. Elder Feng continued, "If any treasures appear in the upper world, countless experts will definitely fight for them and cause a bloodbath. However, as long as we can descend in this lower world, we can take away all the treasures. There's no power in the lower world that can threaten us. But what treasures can there be in this lower world?" Another young witch asked, "The spirit chi in this minor kiliacosm is thin and is way too different from the heaven and earth essence chi in the upper world." Elder Feng laughed. "Of course, there's no way a true treasure can be born in this lower world. However, there's a high chance for treasures of the upper world to fall into a lower world. Legend has it that the only creation green lotus in the world was lost in a lower world. Whoever obtains that creation green lotus and nurtures it to grade 12 will definitely soar. Even a lotus seed of the creation green lotus can increase one's lifespan countless times after being refined into a medicine." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. "There's no hurry. The heaven and earth laws here are incomplete. We can still stay for a few more days." Elder Feng added, 1,000 years ago, the eternal human emperor descended and returned to the upper world, not long after due to the restrictions of the laws. But now that the 7 witches had arrived in Tianhuang mainland, not only did their cultivation realms not decrease, they could even stay for a few days. Did something happen to the witch race such that they had to alarm us? Elder Feng's gaze shifted to the ancestral ground of the witch race as he said slowly. Although his voice was neither loud nor soft, it was filled with authority and spread to every corner of Tianhuang mainland. The 4 emperors of the witch race rushed over hurriedly and knelt down. With respectful expressions, they said in a deep voice, "The witch race is in danger of being annihilated. Black witches, please kill our great enemy." "Oh!" Elder Feng raised his brow slightly. "Even in the upper world, our witch race is considered as a powerful race. To think that we would be at risk of being annihilated in this minor kiliacosm? What sort of a great enemy would dare to try and annihilate the witch race?" Suddenly, Elder Feng's voice turned deep and cold with a chilling intent. "It's a taboo dragon phoenix." An emperor of the witch race turned around hurriedly and pointed at the dragon phoenix true body above the witch race's ancestral ground, shouting, "That's him!" "Oh!" A dark glint flashed through Elder Feng's eyes as he said in surprise, "To think that such a demon beast would be born in this minor kiliacosm. How rare! Apart from the dragon phoenix, there's also a taboo divine hoe." Another hell witch emperor continued, "By the way, the creation green lotus you mentioned earlier on is one of the dragon phoenix's true bodies." At the mention of the creation green lotus, the eyes of Elder Feng and the other 3 witches shone brightly. Chapter 1737, Only Way Out. Chapter 1737, Only Way Out. Creation green lotus. Elder Feng extended his palm and grabbed the witch elder through the void, asking sternly, "Were you talking about the creation green lotus?" Why, yes." The voice of the emperor of the witch race trembled. He was completely helpless against Elder Feng's palm. "Where's the creation green lotus?" Elder Feng tried his best to suppress his emotions and asked in a deep voice, "What's up with the true body you mentioned earlier on? Hurry and tell me the truth." The Dragon Phoenix's Tao title is Desolate Marshal, and he's the Martial Emperor of Tianhuang mainland. He's almost the strongest person. The Martial Emperor has another true body. I heard that by some freak coincidence he fused with the creation Green Lotus and became the Green Lotus true body. The Emperor of the Witch race said hurriedly, "Cloning technique." Another witch of the upper world frowned slightly. He fused his flesh with the creation Green Lotus to create a humanoid creation Green Lotus. The Emperor of the Witch race nodded repeatedly. "That's right. Furthermore, the Green Lotus true body of the Martial Emperor has already grown to the peak of grade 8 and is extremely strong. His body can take on dermic treasures. Peak grade 8. Elder Feng's eyes lit up when he heard that. Ha ha ha. He could not help but burst into laughter. The wrinkles on his face were stacked together as he shouted, "The heavens are truly on my side! This is supreme fortune. Congratulations, Elder Feng." The 6 young witches at the side congratulated hurriedly with envy in their eyes. Who wouldn't be tempted by a treasure like the creation Green Lotus? Elder Feng said excitedly, "If I can obtain the creation Green Lotus, my lifespan will be extended, and I'll definitely be able to advance through that most critical step." Congratulations. The 4 emperors of the witch race echoed hurriedly. Where's the humanoid creation Green Lotus? Elder Feng asked hurriedly. This. The 4 emperors of the witch race exchanged glances and shook their heads. They had been setting up sacrificial methods in the witch race's ancestral ground and did not know that the Green Lotus true body, Nianqi and the others were in the Kunlun ruins. Standing together with Nianqi and the other god race beings, Su Zimo did not circulate his blood qi, and the experts of the witch race of the upper world naturally did not notice him. "You guys don't know." Elder Feng frowned. "That creation Green Lotus is a true body of the taboo Dragon Phoenix. As long as we capture him, we'll be able to know the location of the Green Lotus true body." An emperor of the witch race pointed at the Dragon Phoenix true body and said hurriedly, "Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh." The gazes of the 7 experts of the witch race from the upper world landed on the Dragon Phoenix true body. Although they were millions of kilometers apart, those gazes seemed to be able to penetrate countless voids and landed on him, piercing him with a dull pain. The Dragon Phoenix true body stood in midair, and his blood qi surged. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the 7 experts of the witch race of the upper world without retreating. It was not that he did not want to retreat. It was because there was no way out. Elder Feng laughed and suddenly extended his palm, facing the Dragon Phoenix true body from 1,000,000 kilometers away. Suddenly, the space around the Dragon Phoenix true body collapsed, and a gigantic, dark, green palm appeared in the void, gripping his body tightly. 6-tusk divine strength. The Dragon Phoenix true body released a supreme divine power right away. 6 jade-white divine elephant tusks protruded from his back slowly, and his body was filled with an extremely domineering power as his blood qi surged. The Dragon Phoenix true body had already channeled the power in his body to its limits. Even so, he could not break free from that dark green palm. His strength seemed so insignificant against that palm. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Right in front of the living beings of the 10,000 races, the taboo Dragon Phoenix that was almost at the peak of Tianhuang mainland was grabbed by a dark green hand and yanked towards Elder Feng. The difference was too great. It was worlds apart. Kunlun ruins. Su Zimo's expression turned extremely terrible. That power was not something they could fight against. Back when the eternal human emperor descended, his cultivation realm fell, and he was only left with a severely injured essence spirit. At that time, the emperors of the primordial races could still fight him. But now that the 7 witches of the upper world had descended and their cultivation realms were unchanged, the dragon phoenix true body was helpless against this unknown power of the upper world. This was an unsolvable trap. There was still no news from the martial Tao prime body. Even if the martial Tao prime body could sense something and came forth from seclusion, he had no chance of winning against that power. The difference was like a mortal facing an emperor of Tianhuang mainland. Night Spirit moved and wanted to tear through space to help the dragon phoenix true body. "Don't go!" Su Zimo stopped him hurriedly. Even if Night Spirit went over, he would only be sending himself to death. "Your Majesty, let's hurry and leave." The old man from the god race whispered, "It's too dangerous here. We can't linger." The other 3 god race emperors nodded as well. Thankfully, Nian Qi paid her respects to the divine host corpses, and they arrived at the Kunlun ruins as well. They were extremely close to the Rainbow Cave and could reach the latter in the blink of an eye to escape from this place back to God's mainland. If they were still in the Middle Continent or North region, they might not even get the chance to leave. "Young master, leave with me before they notice you." With a worried expression, Nian Qi sent a voice transmission to Su Zimo secretly. "Follow me to God's mainland." The laws of God's mainland are perfect, and these witches of the upper world can't barge in either. "Young master, that's our only way out." Su Zimo pursed his lips tightly and remained silent, merely looking at the dragon phoenix true body from afar. Nian Qi knew Su Zimo's intentions and continued, "Young master, I know that you can't bear it. However, the dragon phoenix true body has been captured and can no longer be saved. You can only abandon it. If you stay here, this green lotus true body will be captured by them sooner or later. At that time, both true bodies will fall into their hands. Young master, stop hesitating and follow me." Nian Qi urged anxiously. How could Su Zimo not know that his only way out was to head to God's mainland? However, the dragon phoenix true body was not merely a true body to him. That true body carried everything about Daiyu. To him, it was a form of mental sustenance. Furthermore, the descent of the 7 upper world witches would definitely cause a catastrophe for the living beings of Tianhuang mainland. Countless humans would die in this catastrophe. The storyteller, Little Fatty, Lin Xuanji, Monkey, and his other brothers, Ethereal Peak, the 9 immortal sects, 7 fiend sects, 6 Buddhist monasteries. All his old friends, and everything else would probably turn into ashes and ruins. As the martial emperor and the human emperor of this generation, Su Zimo had once established the martial Tao and imparted martial arts to all living beings. How could he make such a choice to abandon everyone and leave alone? "Nian Qi, leave first. I'll be there in a while." After a brief pause, Su Zimo continued, "Night Spirit, leave this place with Nian Qi as well." "Young master." Nian Qi called softly but did not leave. She could also guess that Su Zimo had no intention of leaving, and that was the reason why he wanted her, a Night Spirit, to leave first. "I'm not leaving." Night Spirit said slowly, "The divine Ho race was born to protect Tianhuang mainland. Furthermore, his brothers were all here." Chapter 1738, Massacre of Emperors. Chapter 1738, Massacre of Emperors. Above the Dragonbone Valley, the emperors of the human, dragon, Kuan, and barbarian races watched helplessly as the dragon phoenix true body was captured by the witch race from the upper world. The taboo dragon phoenix comprehended 2 supreme divine powers and could even kill emperors of the human race who comprehended 6 supreme divine powers. However, in the hands of this expert of the upper world's witch race, the taboo dragon phoenix was helpless. Even if they swarmed forward, it would be useless. What should we do? Long Ran was anxious and turned to look at the storyteller, asking, Can you think of a way to get the eternal human emperor to descend? 1,000 years ago, the human emperor descended and was severely injured. All these years, even in the human emperor's palace, I did not manage to contact the human emperor. The storyteller shook his head and sighed. The witch race can summon experts of the upper world. Do the dragon, barbarian, and Kuan races have any means of doing so? An emperor of the human race could not help but ask. The emperors of the primordial races shook their heads. Long Ran sighed as well. Among the primordial races, the witch race is probably the only one who possesses such a secret skill. Doesn't that mean that we can only watch helplessly as the taboo dragon phoenix dies? Monk Kong Yin had a pained expression. That's not all. The storyteller had a grim expression. The dragon phoenix isn't the only one. The other experts of our human race and the primordial races won't be able to escape death either. That's right. Long Ran nodded. Although we're emperors in the eyes of these experts of the upper world, we're like ants and our lives are worthless. Swoosh! Right then, an emperor of the Rakshasa race realized that the situation was bad as well. In a flash, he flapped his wings and sped towards the extreme west. Experts of other levels might have a chance of surviving. However, if the experts of the witch race of the upper world wanted the witch race to rule over Tianhuang mainland, they would have to kill all the emperors of the other races. The emperors of the other primordial races clearly realized this as well. After the Rakshasa emperor fled, the remaining emperors of the Golden Crow, Heavenly Eye, and Bloodvine races fled one after another. The emperors also realized that the Rainbow Cave in the Kunlun ruins was their only shot at survival. Elder Feng pulled the dragon phoenix true body over from the void thousands of kilometers away. When he saw that, he smirked with a mocking expression and said indifferently, "Go on, let these ants of the lower world witness the power of the upper world." All right. The other 6 witches of the upper world were already eager and impatient. The 6 witches of the upper world moved one after another. A young witch's figure flashed at an astonishing speed. In just a few breaths, he caught up to the Rakshasa emperor, who was the first to escape. The Rakshasa race was the fastest. As for the witch race, their physiques and bloodlines were ordinary, and their movement techniques were extremely average as well. Even so, the young witch of the upper world caught up to the Rakshasa emperor in a few breaths. "Where are you going?" The young witch of the upper world smiled gently and suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out a dark green stream of air in the direction of the Rakshasa emperor. When the stream of air landed on the Rakshasa emperor, his figure froze in midair. Right in front of the living beings of the 10,000 races, the body of the Rakshasa emperor rotted rapidly with green bubbles. In the blink of an eye, he was corroded into a sticky green liquid that splattered down. Dead. An emperor of the Rakshasa race was killed by a single breath of air from the witch race of the upper world. The other emperors of the primordial races that were escaping were scared out of their wits when they saw that. When they cultivated to the emperor realm, they were already the strongest existences in Tianhuang mainland. They had never felt such fear. An emperor of the Heavenly Eye race was shocked and was about to continue escaping when a woman of the witch race appeared not far away. This woman was also from the upper world. The emperor of the Heavenly Eye race looked at the woman from the witch race of the upper world. The eyes of the witch race woman from the upper world shone with a strange, dark green glow. Not good. The emperor of the Heavenly Eye race was alarmed. Without hesitation, he opened his Heavenly Eye and prepared to release the secret skill of the Heavenly Eye race. However, the moment his Heavenly Eye opened, his eyeball exploded. "Ah!" The emperor of the Heavenly Eye race shrieked. Before long, the tragic cries stopped. The emperor of the Heavenly Eye race's head was tilted and he fell from midair. There was no longer any life in his body. Dead. In fact, even till his death, he did not know how he died. In the eyes of others, the emperor of the heavenly eye race died after exchanging a single glance with the witch race woman from the upper world. Was that the power of the upper world? The storyteller and the others widened their eyes in shock. That power had completely surpassed their understanding. Before an emperor of the bloodvine race could escape far, a green spark appeared on his body almost imperceptibly. However, the spark burned the emperor of the bloodvine race into ashes rapidly. The entire process took less than 3 breaths. The emperor of the bloodvine race was dead. Tisk, tsk, tsk. A sinister laughter sounded from the firmaments. It was a witch of the upper world who circled around an emperor of the Golden Crow race in a flash. No matter which direction the emperor of the Golden Crow race fled, the witch of the upper world would step in and stop him. Where are you trying to escape to? The witch of the upper world teased the emperor of the Golden Crow race like a cat playing with a mouse and asked with a smile, "You can't escape. Give up." The witch of the upper world laughed endlessly with a mocking expression. "Kill." When the emperor of the Golden Crow race saw that he could not escape, his blood surged and he forgot about life and death as he charged towards the witch of the upper world. The witch race of the upper world stood on the spot without dodging or using any methods. Right in front of everyone, an emperor of the Golden Crow race collided heavily against the witch of the upper world. The third leg of the Golden Crow emperor even grabbed the head of the witch of the upper world. The witch race had a weak physique and bloodline. Although the 3D Golden Crow's physique and bloodline were not as strong as the dragon and god race, they were not to be underestimated. The third leg of the Golden Crow race was even sharper and tough, able to penetrate everything. Perhaps that might be enough for him to kill this witch of the upper world. The storyteller and the other emperors held their breaths. Tisk, tsk, tsk. The laughter of the witch of the upper world sounded as he said coldly, "I've already said that you should give up." The emperor of the Golden Crow race was shocked. His third leg landed on the head of the witch of the upper world, and the sound of metal clashing could even be heard. His sharp claws could not even pierce the flesh and skin of the witch of the upper world. The difference was too great. A look of despair flashed through the eyes of the Golden Crow Emperor. "I don't want to play with you anymore. Boring." The witch of the upper world muttered and extended his palm casually, slapping the Golden Crow Emperor. Poof! The Golden Crow Emperor was smashed into a blood mist without a corpse left and died. Chapter 1739, Divine Powers Fight. Chapter 1739, Divine Powers Fight. The greatest weakness of the witch race was their weak physique and ordinary bloodline. But now the witch of the upper world killed an emperor of the Golden Crow race with the methods they were the least skilled in. It was as simple as crushing an ant. This power. The storyteller's face was pale as he murmured, "Even the taboo dragon phoenix might not be able to withstand such a palm strike." To think that ascending to the upper world would bring about such a huge transformation. The emperors of the human race were shocked as well. In that short period of time, the dragon phoenix true body was already caught by Elder Foam. The dragon phoenix true body had a calm expression without any fluctuation or fear in his eyes. He had witnessed everything that happened earlier on. Furthermore, the dragon phoenix true body realized that even if he had a taboo bloodline and body, he would definitely not be able to defend against the power of the witch race of the upper world. However, he had no intention of surrendering. Even if he had to die, he had to drag a witch of the upper world with him. The other 6 witches were chasing after the other emperors of the primordial races and had yet to return to Elderfang's side. This was the best opportunity. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Elder Foam sized up the dragon phoenix true body brazenly. The dragon phoenix true body was gigantic and was covered in scarlet scales that burned with raging flames. Even in front of Elder Foam, his aura did not diminish. Seems like you're still unconvinced. Elder Feng smiled gently. Keep your appearance in front of me. The moment he said that, the dark green hand that grabbed the dragon phoenix true body suddenly tightened and released an extremely terrifying power. The dragon phoenix true body grunted. Buzz! Buzz! Green smoke billowed. The dragon phoenix flames on his body were extinguished instantly. The two pairs of wings on his back were crushed by the gigantic palm and fresh blood flowed. Under the pressure of the dark green hand, the dragon phoenix true body shrank continuously and returned to his human form before long. Speak. Elder Feng looked at the dragon phoenix true body and asked indifferently, Where's your green lotus true body? I can tell you, but can you let this true body of mine go? The dragon phoenix true body suddenly said. The reason why he said that was to numb Elder Feng and make the latter lower his guard. No problem. A mocking look flashed through the depths of Elder Feng's eyes, and he even released the dark green hand on the dragon phoenix true body. Speak. Elder Feng smiled gently. Old dog die. An extremely cold killing intent burst forth from the calm eyes of the dragon phoenix true body. Reverse scale. The dragon phoenix true body released the essence spirit secret skill without hesitation. Of course, an essence spirit secret skill alone could not threaten experts of the upper world. The moment the reverse scale was summoned, the dragon phoenix true body channeled his essence spirit wildly and condensed a supreme divine power. The dragon phoenix true body extended his finger and pointed at Elder Feng from afar, shouting softly, Fleeting moment! An extremely terrifying power enveloped Elder Feng without any traces or substance. Be it with the naked eye or spirit consciousness, no one could see the form of that power. This was the power of time. Time had no form to begin with. The dragon phoenix true body heard everything Elder Feng said clearly. Elder Feng had once said that if he could obtain the creation green lotus, his lifespan would increase. This meant that Elder Feng definitely did not have much lifespan left. The release of fleeting moment was definitely a destructive power for Elder Feng. When the dragon phoenix true body released his essence spirit secret skill, the reverse scale, Elder Feng still had a calm expression and the mockery in his eyes intensified. Elder Feng only frowned slightly when fleeting moment descended. He sensed it and frowned. It's the power of time. As expected of the dragon phoenix bloodline, to think that you can already comprehend the power of the time in the lower world. Furthermore, this seems to be a supreme divine power. At that moment, the dragon phoenix true body had a grim expression. Elder Feng was way too calm. Although Elder Feng was moved when he saw fleeting moment, he did not panic or fear at all, as though he did not take his supreme divine power seriously at all. Foo-foo. Elder Feng laughed. Dragon Phoenix, although your bloodline is not bad, you're nothing but a frog in a well in the lower world. Today, I'll let you witness what a true divine power is. Before his sentence was finished, Elder Feng chanted an incantation, and an extremely pure and rich power burst forth from his body. That power was incomparably strong and fused with the incantation, releasing an extremely terrifying divine power. Elder Feng pointed forward and hollered softly, Frost Curse! Frost Curse! The dragon phoenix true body was stunned when he heard that incantation. Above the Dragon Bone Valley, the emperors of the human race, the storyteller Long Ran and the others were stunned and puzzled. The Frost Curse was the most ordinary lesser divine power of the witch race. Elder Feng had actually released a lesser divine power to defend against the supreme divine power, fleeting moment. Before the confusion in everyone's hearts dissipated, they saw an extremely shocking scene. The reverse scale that floated out from the glabella of the dragon phoenix true body was covered by a layer of frost before it even arrived before Elder Fong. Crack! 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 In the blink of an eye, cracks appeared on the reverse scale. Bang! The next moment, the reverse scale shattered into nothingness. Crack! 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 Immediately after, an even more intense sound came from around Elder Fong. Cracks appeared densely in the void around Elder Fong. Time was invisible. However, the frost curse froze the power of time in the void, and it could not descend. Many emperors were stunned and dumbfounded. The Dragon Phoenix true body was shocked and confused as well. His supreme divine power was completely suppressed by Elder Feng's lesser divine power. How could this be? Although the Dragon Phoenix true body did not know about curses, Elder Feng's incantation of the frost curse was no different from the frost curse chanted by the emperors of the witch race in Tianhuang mainland. The only difference was that when Elder Feng condensed the lesser divine power, an extremely pure and rich power burst forth from his body. It was this power that fused with the frost curse that caused the lesser divine power to transform completely. In fact, it even froze fleeting moment into ice. Is this the power of the upper world? A look of disappointment flashed through the eyes of the Dragon Phoenix true body. Even after using all his trump cards, he could not injure Elder Feng at all. The difference was way too great. He had no chance of winning at all. Right then, the other 6 witches of the upper world returned one after another and sneered when they saw that. This ant from the lower world wants to go against us. He's a frog in the well without much knowledge. Elder Feng, in my opinion, we should just capture his essence spirit and use the soul-searching art. Why waste our breath on him? Chapter 1740, Shattered Light Ball. Chapter 1740, Shattered Light Ball. Elder Feng looked at the Dragon Phoenix true body with a mocking expression. Little beast, let me tell you, although the divine power you've comprehended is not bad, you can only unleash 1/10 of its power. The true power of divine powers comes from the upper world. Elder Feng said proudly, even if you ants from the lower world have comprehended supreme divine powers, you won't be able to withstand a single blow against us. The Dragon Phoenix true body remained silent. When fleeting moment and the reverse scale were dispelled by a single lesser divine power of the other party, he had already realized that the difference between them was not something that a few supreme divine powers could make up for. Even if he comprehended 3 or even 10 supreme divine powers, it would be useless, let alone the 2 supreme divine powers he had comprehended right now. This was the insurmountable gap between the lower and upper worlds. That was the reason why the billion minor kiliocosms had heaven and earth laws to prevent experts of the upper world from descending. That was because once experts of the upper world descended, living beings of the lower world would not be able to stop them. At that time, the billion minor kiliocosms would only be filled with killing, bloodshed, and enslavement. The power of an expert of the upper world could even destroy a minor kiliocosm. In a sense, the heaven and earth laws were not only meant to protect the living beings of the lower worlds, but also the billion minor kiliocosms themselves. Little beast, my patience is limited. Tell me the location of the Green Lotus true body. Don't force me to search your soul. Elder Feng said faintly. There was a high chance that the soul-searching art would fail. That was the reason why Elder Feng did not attack immediately. Otherwise, how could the Dragon Phoenix true body have lasted till now? Old dog. Suddenly, the Dragon Phoenix true body smiled with a mocking expression. I don't care if you destroy this true body of mine. However, remember that even if my Dragon Phoenix true body is destroyed, I won't die. When my other true body ascends to the upper world, I'll definitely look for you. I'll make you pay 100 times over. Little beast, how dare you threaten me? Elder Feng's expression darkened completely as he reached out with a cold gaze towards the head of the Dragon Phoenix true body. Get the hell out!" He hollered, and his palm descended with an extremely domineering power. Under that power, the Dragon Phoenix true body could not move at all. He could only watch helplessly as Elder Feng's palm landed on his head. Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard by the Dragon Phoenix true body. The next moment, immense pain surged into his mind. The Dragon Phoenix true body could no longer cry out. That was because Elder Feng had already crushed his head into pieces with his bare hands. Boiling blood splattered everywhere. Above the Dragon Bone Valley, the emperors of the human race, Long Ran, and the others watched everything with blank expressions. Against that power, there was only despair in everyone's eyes. Even the human emperor's seal might not be able to shatter the body of a taboo dragon phoenix that had comprehended two supreme, divine powers. But now, this old man from the witch race of the upper world crushed the head of the Dragon Phoenix true body with a single palm. It was an extremely violent and shocking scene. First, Monkey and the others stood at the borders of the north region with sorrowful expressions. A flawless, white-robed woman sighed gently when she saw that. Kunlun ruins. Nian Qi turned her head away and could no longer bear to look. Night Spirit growled deeply and shuddered slightly. He glared coldly at the 7 figures standing proudly in the firmaments with a cold, killing intent in his eyes. Nobody could stop the experts of the witch race from the upper world. Under Elder Feng's palm, the head of the Dragon Phoenix true body shattered, revealing the consciousness within. In his consciousness, the 11 demon kings roared furiously. However, they were shattered by the power in Elder Feng's palm. Against that immense power, the blazing ball of light surrounding the Dragon Phoenix essence, spirit, shattered as well. There was a scarlet flame in the ball of light. The Dragon Phoenix essence, spirit, looked at the ball of flames in a daze. The final ball of light finally shattered. He had looked forward to the scene of the ball of light shattering countless times. However, he had not expected this situation today. The ball of flames contained the final divine power. The ball of flames contained the final demon king as well. Comprehending that divine power meant that he had cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness to its perfected stage. However, it was useless. Even if he comprehended that divine power, he could not defend against the experts of the witch race of the upper world. The difference in strength between them was way too great. Furthermore, Elder Feng would not give him the chance to comprehend the final divine power. The Dragon Phoenix essence, spirit, felt its vision darken. Elder Feng's palm had already descended. When his essence spirit was captured, there was only a single outcome left. Regardless of whether the soul-searching art succeeded, he would die eventually. It's a pity that I couldn't cultivate the final divine power or perfect the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. The Dragon Phoenix true body sighed internally. However, before long, a ruthless and decisive look flashed through the eyes of the Dragon Phoenix essence spirit. Su Zimo had never feared death. Furthermore, even if the Dragon Phoenix true body was destroyed, he was not truly dead. However, he would not allow himself to be soul-searched by others. That was an insult to him. He would definitely not allow anyone to obtain information about the Green Lotus true body or anything about the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness from his memories. Old dog, if you want to search my soul, do it in your next life. The Dragon Phoenix essence spirit let out a final roar, and an extremely terrifying power burst forth from it. He's going to self-destruct his essence spirit. Hurry and stop him. A few experts of the witch race from the upper world shouted when they sensed the fluctuation. Dark green power extended from Elder Feng's palm hurriedly and coiled towards the dragon phoenix essence spirit, wanting to stop it from self-destructing. However, it was too late. Boom! There was a loud bang. Right in front of the living beings of the 10,000 races, the dragon phoenix essence spirit exploded and dissipated on the spot, turning into nothingness. The self-destruction of his essence spirit created a massive spirit consciousness fluctuation that even caused cracks to appear in the surrounding void. The living beings of the 10,000 races were silent with sorrowful expressions. Nobody expected the dragon phoenix true body to choose such a decisive and tragic method to fight against the experts of the witch race of the upper world. His essence spirit self-destructed and his soul was shattered. It could not even reincarnate. Even if they knew that they were going to die, not many people would dare to self-destruct their essence spirits to destroy themselves. Damn it! Elder Fong was enraged. The fact that he did not obtain the location of the Green Lotus true body was secondary. More importantly, the resistance of the Dragon Phoenix true body made him feel provoked. He's just an ant of the lower world. Even if he has a taboo bloodline, he's only a little beast. How dare he go against my will? Elder Feng's expression was cold as his gigantic palm enveloped down. He grabbed the remnant body of the Dragon Phoenix true body and suddenly gripped it. The body of the Dragon Phoenix true body was crushed by Elder Feng's palm and turned into a blood mist without a corpse. Chapter 1741 Nirvana. Chapter 1741 Nirvana. Even if you self-destruct your essence spirit, I'll burn your body into ashes. Elder Fong said hatefully. After crushing the remnant body of the Dragon Phoenix true body, he swiped his hands and a blood mist filled the skies. The life force was destroyed and everything turned into dust. This was truly turning into ashes. Not a single drop of blood of the taboo Dragon Phoenix remained in this world. Kunlun ruins. Su Zimo watched everything quietly in silence. The destruction of a true body was nothing to him. His only regret was that he could not cultivate the final divine power and the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness to its perfected state. Young master, are you all right? Worried about Su Zimo, Nian Qi asked softly. I'm fine. Su Zimo shook his head gently and murmured, Unfortunately, I didn't manage to see what the final demon king was. In the final sight of the Dragon Phoenix true body, the ball of light shattered and only a ball of flames appeared. However, his essence spirit self-destructed before he even had the chance to see what demon king was within the ball of flames. Suddenly, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and his expression changed. What's wrong? Nian Qi asked. Su Zimo frowned slightly with a strange expression. He merely shook his head and focused his gaze towards the place where the Dragon Phoenix true body died. Under normal circumstances, if the Dragon Phoenix true body's essence, spirit, self-destructed and his body was destroyed, he would definitely be dead. It was impossible for him to have any connection to the Dragon Phoenix true body. However, the strange thing was that when Su Zimo calmed down, he could still sense a trace of the Dragon Phoenix true body from afar. However, it was extremely faint and imperceptible. Could the Dragon Phoenix true body not be still alive? Even Su Zimo was shocked at the thought of that possibility. The living beings of the 10,000 races witnessed how the Dragon Phoenix essence spirit protected itself and its soul was shattered. Its body was crushed by Elder Fong. How could it still be alive? Just as Su Zimo's imagination was running wild, the connection between him and the Dragon Phoenix true body became increasingly obvious. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he looked into the distance. Above the firmaments, Elder Feng's expression darkened. Although he crushed the bones of the taboo Dragon Phoenix and turned it into ashes, it was still unable to appease the hatred in his heart. Is there any other way to obtain the location of the creation Green Lotus? Elder Feng turned to look at the 4 emperors of the witch race of Tianhuang mainland and asked coldly. An emperor of the witch race hurried forward and said, "Senior Black Witch, Desolate Marshal has many good friends on this mainland. As long as we capture them, we'll definitely be able to find the location of the Green Lotus true body." The emperor of the witch race did not conceal his voice, and the storyteller, Long Ran, and the other cultivators heard him clearly. Damn it! Lin Xuanji's heart sank as he cursed. When the emperor of the witch race said that it was clear that he wanted to slash the guillotine towards them. "Where are they?" Elder Feng asked. Indeed, the emperor of the witch race pointed to the Dragon Bone Valley rapidly and said in a deep voice, "The emperors of the human race, the dragon, Kuin, and barbarian races over there are all good friends of Desolate Marshal. If we can't get anything out of them, there are also some people who are close to Desolate Marshal." Another emperor of the witch race pointed in the direction of the North region's border. "Don't worry, Senior Black Witch. None of these people can escape." "All right." Elder Feng nodded slowly and said expressionlessly, "Let's ask these ants from the lower world first. I don't believe that we won't be able to find the creation Green Lotus." The 4 emperors of the witch race straightened their backs and looked at the storyteller and the other emperors above the Dragon Bone Valley. With proud expressions, they declared, "Mystic Emperor, this is karma. 1,000 years ago, when you summoned the eternal human emperor, did you think about this day?" The storyteller was silent. He had no choice given the situation 1,000 years ago. If not for the descent of the human emperor, the human race would have been defeated and might not even have been able to survive till this day. However, if the eternal human emperor had not descended upon Tianhuang mainland and destroyed it, causing heaven and earth imperfections with incomplete laws, these experts of the witch race from the upper world would not have descended today either. Furthermore, the cultivation realms of the witch race of the upper world did not decrease, and they even possessed the power of the upper world. "Capture those ants and interrogate them one by one," Elder Feng said indifferently. "Understood." The other 6 witches of the upper world agreed and were about to attack. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation came from the void at the side. Elder Feng and the others turned to look. In the void, not far away, a wisp of flame the size of a fingertip floated. It was scarlet and erratic, as though a gust of wind could extinguish it. A flame that could condense in the void without dissipating was definitely extraordinary. The aura of that flame seems familiar. Elder Feng frowned, slightly in deep thought. "It's that ball of light." Suddenly, Elder Feng recalled something. When he crushed the body of the taboo dragon phoenix earlier on, he crushed a ball of light as well. A ball of flames floated in the ball of light, and its aura was identical to the one before him. Interesting. Suddenly, Elder Feng laughed. "The body of the taboo dragon phoenix turned into ashes under my palm, but the flames did not extinguish." In that short period of time, the ball of flames grew larger. Initially, it was only the size of a fingertip. Before long, it turned into the size of a fist and burned furiously, turning into a gigantic fireball that resembled a blazing sun. The living beings of the 10,000 races widened their eyes in confusion. Divine powers. An upper world which suddenly said softly, "There was a powerful divine power within the gigantic fireball. It's a supreme divine power." Elder Feng said slowly. The moment he said that, a tremendous life force burst forth from the fireball and blood chi surged, almost spewing out. Roar. A roar that sounded like a dragon and phoenix's cry echoed from the fireball and reverberated through the world, shocking the 10,000 races. That was the roar of the taboo dragon phoenix. Heavens! The taboo dragon phoenix isn't dead. How is that possible? His essence spirit was destroyed alongside his body. How is he not dead? Exclamations sounded from all over Tianhuang mainland. The 10,000 races were in an uproar. I got it. In the Kunlun ruins, Su Zimo murmured softly, seemingly enlightened. What's going on? Nian Qi could not help but ask in surprise and joy. Su Zimo said, after the fourth ball of light shattered, that final divine power was the Nirvana divine power. Legend has it that the undying divine phoenix had a powerful ability, Nirvana rebirth. However, in reality, every single Nirvana rebirth was extremely dangerous for the divine phoenix. That was because there was a 90% chance of failure and only 10% of success. Therefore, even the divine phoenix would not use its Nirvana technique unless it was absolutely necessary. Of course, if it could succeed in its Nirvana rebirth, the combat strength of the undying divine phoenix would increase immensely. In the final ball of light, the final demon king born from the flames was the undying divine phoenix. However, there was still no joy in Su Zimo's eyes. Even if he succeeded in his nirvana and was reborn from the flames, the third supreme divine power comprehended by the dragon phoenix true body was still weak against Elder Feng. He would just die another time, that's all. Chapter 1742. Who are you calling a little beast? Chapter 1742. Who are you calling a little beast? It's the Nirvana divine power. Elder Feng narrowed his eyes when he sensed the energy fluctuation spreading from the flames. To think that this dragon phoenix truly has many trump cards. Another witch of the upper world was surprised as well. Elder Feng smiled faintly. As a supreme divine power, the Nirvana divine power is powerful indeed. One can be reborn from the flames, and it's equivalent to breaking the laws of life and death. However, the restrictions of the Nirvana divine power are extremely great, and the chances of success are extremely low. Even the divine phoenix race of the upper world would not dare to use the Nirvana divine power casually. The witch woman at the side said, I heard that after a successful Nirvana rebirth through flames, one's combat strength will increase significantly. So, Elder Feng smiled. That little beast will merely undergo another baptism of divine powers. No matter how much his combat strength rises, he won't be able to cross the gap between us. That's right. Another witch of the upper world laughed as well. Now that the dragon phoenix has revived, Elder Feng can release the soul-searching art once more. This time round, it's impossible for him to self-destruct his essence spirit. Elder Feng said faintly. Raging flames surged in the void. The dragon phoenix true body was born from the flames and gradually regained consciousness. He also understood what happened to him. The power of the Nirvana divine power baptized his flesh and essence, spirit, continuously. The dragon phoenix true body could clearly sense his power rising rapidly. His body was bathed in flames and became even tougher and unshakable. His bloodline was purified by the Nirvana flames. His essence spirit became increasingly condensed as flames coiled around it like dozens of fire dragons. Standing in the flames, he seemed to be burned through from the inside out, emitting a scarlet glow that filled the skies. Back then, he was encircled by 3 emperors of the primordial races like the Hell Witch Emperor. This time round, even if there were 5 top emperors of the primordial races, the dragon phoenix true body would be able to kill them all. However, the dragon phoenix true body still had a grim expression as he looked at the 7 witches of the upper world not far away through the raging flames. That was because even if he comprehended the Nirvana divine power and his combat strength increased, this change was still not enough to deal with the experts of the witch race of the upper world. Su Zimo sighed internally. Actually, the moment the dragon phoenix true body was reborn and regained consciousness, he realized Dai Yu's good intentions. Although Dai Yu had left, she was still worried about him. In fact, she left him 3 gifts, although he still did not know what the 3rd gift was up till now. However, The first two gifts, the Siraka flower and divine phoenix bone, were way too helpful for his cultivation path. The reason why he was able to cultivate was because the Siraka flower had replaced the function of the spirit root. It was also because of the Siraka flower that he was able to be reborn as a golden core at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. In fact, Daiyu was worried that he would not be able to withstand the blow, and even left a few words in the old temple at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. As for the divine phoenix bone, it had saved his life countless times. In the end, he even made use of the bloodline of the divine phoenix bone to fuse with the bloodline of the dragon race, turning it into a taboo of the 10,000 races, the dragon phoenix. Finally, Daiyu even left the nirvana divine power for him to inherit. This was equivalent to giving him another life. What did it mean to alter one's fate? He was an example of one. With the help of the nirvana divine power, Suzimo could be reborn from the flames, and his combat strength would increase greatly. There was a high chance that he could kill his enemies instead. Under normal circumstances, that was indeed the case. Even if the dragon phoenix true body did not comprehend fleeting moment and was killed on the spot in the battle against the top emperors of the primordial races, he would have a chance to attempt nirvana rebirth. At that time, he would still be able to kill the Hell Witch Emperor and the others. Suzimo smiled bitterly. Daiyu had predicted almost everything. However, she was not omniscient and omnipotent. Even Daiyu would not have expected that Suzimo's opponent today was not from Tianhuang mainland, but from the upper world. It was a strong foe that Suzimo could not match at all. Above the firmaments, the dragon phoenix true body suddenly took a deep breath. The blazing flames around him transformed into streaks of fire that surged into his nose and mouth, fusing with his body and bloodline. The dragon phoenix true body had been reborn. This should have been an extremely exciting matter. However, be it the emperors of the human race or the living beings of the 10,000 races, all of them had grim expressions. Everywhere in Tianhuang mainland was shrouded by a layer of sadness, and the atmosphere was tense. Anyone with eyes could tell that even if the dragon phoenix true body was reborn, nothing would change. He would just be killed mercilessly once more. You've revived, that's good. Elder Feng nodded with a smile and did not waste his breath on the dragon phoenix true body. He released his terrifying spirit consciousness and locked the latter's consciousness completely. This time round, the dragon phoenix essence spirit did not even have the chance to self-destruct. As he approached, Elder Feng reached out and grabbed the dragon phoenix true body. Before the palm descended, the void around the dragon phoenix true body had already collapsed. Suddenly, the blood chi in the dragon phoenix true body seemed to have sensed a tremendous stimulation and circulated on its own. It burst forth with the sound of a tsunami, and his blood chi rose rapidly, reaching its limits. Rich blood chi spread, and terrifying demon beasts with massive bodies were rapidly formed around the dragon phoenix true body. Wild bovine demon king, stone bear demon king, anaconda demon king, sanguine ape demon king, divine steed demon king, hell tiger demon king, wind leopard demon king, desolate ocean dragon king, sea calming turtle, golden rock, six-tusked divine elephant, undying divine phoenix. The 12 demon kings of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness appeared in a lifelike manner. Their gazes were frightening, and they emitted an extremely terrifying aura. The bloodline phenomenon of the dragon phoenix true body. The scene of the 12 demon kings protecting the dragon phoenix true body in the middle was extremely shocking. However, the emperors of the human race could not bear it and sighed. To everyone, this was merely the final struggle of the dragon phoenix true body. The dragon phoenix true body looked at the 12 demon kings around him in a daze with a lost expression. He did not will the bloodline phenomenon this time round. Instead, it circulated on its own and appeared. Humph. Elder Feng hollered softly, the struggles of a cornered beast. Shatter. He merely exerted strength in his palm, and the 12 demon kings were crushed, turning into scarlet demonic chi once more. Elder Feng's palm continued closing. The scarlet demonic chi was still surging and changing without dissipating. In the blink of an eye, all the demonic chi formed a butterfly in front of Su Zimo. The butterfly was less than 10 feet tall and spread its blood-colored wings with 2 moons etched on them. It was like a pair of cold eyes that were staring at Elder Feng. Suddenly, Elder Feng felt uneasy and inexplicably frustrated. That feeling displeased him. "Little beast, you haven't given up." Elder Feng's gaze was ruthless as he sneered. "Watch me cripple your phenomenon." "Who are you calling a little beast?" Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in midair. It was a woman's voice, neither loud nor soft. Others were puzzled as to who the voice was. However, Su Zimo was shocked when he heard that voice. He looked at the blood-colored butterfly in disbelief, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Although many years had passed, he was extremely familiar with that voice. Chapter 1743. Third Gift. Chapter 1743. Third Gift. Who is speaking? It seems to be beside the taboo dragon phoenix. That butterfly, it spoke in human tongue? The emperors of the human race discussed, softly in shock. The dragon phoenix true body looked at the blood-colored butterfly in front of him, and his breathing turned heavier unconsciously. He merely tried his best to open his eyes without blinking. He was afraid that this was just a hallucination of his. He was afraid that the butterfly would vanish the moment he blinked his eyes. Prior to this, the blood butterfly had also condensed many times. However, this time round, the blood butterfly was clearly different. It seems like the blood butterfly is speaking. A witch of the upper world frowned slightly. A bloodline phenomenon is actually sentient. For some reason, Elder Feng felt increasingly frustrated and uneasy. His expression darkened as he said coldly, "No matter what it is, shatter it." A dark green light shone brightly in Elder Feng's eyes, and an extremely powerful force burst forth from his palm, crushing towards the blood-colored butterfly. This time round, Elder Feng did not hold back and even enveloped the dragon phoenix true body. He did not want to search Su Zimo's soul anymore. He merely wanted to kill the uneasiness in his heart as soon as possible. The blood-colored butterfly seemed motionless. However, her wings trembled slightly. The vibration of that tremble was extremely small and could not be seen with the naked eye. It was also shockingly fast, and in the eyes of others, it was almost motionless. However, after that slight tremble, a terrifying energy fluctuation burst forth from the void. The surrounding void collapsed instantly. Poof! Immediately after, blood spewed everywhere in the firmaments. Right in front of the living beings of the 10,000 races, Elder Feng's outstretched palm shattered into a blood mist. That was not all. That terrifying power was still spreading along Elder Feng's palm towards his arm rapidly. In the blink of an eye, half of Elder Feng's arm shattered into countless blood foam that splattered down. "Ah!" Elder Feng shrieked and retracted his palm hurriedly. His reaction was extremely fast, as well as he swiped his storage bag with his other hand and summoned a white-boned saber. Gritting his teeth, he slashed down on his arm. Elder Feng took advantage of the energy fluctuation and severed his arm before it could spread to his body. Blood gushed out like a fountain. A mere arm injury was nothing for Elder Feng. However, the pain seeped into his bones. Elder Feng took 2 steps back and channeled his essence spirit, causing his severed arm to regrow rapidly. However, his expression turned extremely terrible. Initially, he thought that no one and no power in the lower world could hurt him. To think that he would suffer such an impact. The 6 witches of the upper world at the side had just reacted as well. Nobody expected Elder Feng to be injured. An uproar broke out all over Tianhuang mainland. What's going on? Long Ran clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "Could there be a way out?" "It's possible." The storyteller pondered deeply and said, "Desolate Marshal was originally a mortal without a spirit root. However, his fate was changed by an expert, and he entered the cultivation world. Even I can't compare to the methods of this expert." Long Ran asked in surprise, "You mean the blood-colored butterfly? Can this butterfly defend against the 7 witches of the upper world?" "Sigh, I don't know either." The storyteller shook his head. Above the firmaments, the 7 witches of the upper world summoned their weapons one after another. Some of them had white bone staffs, and some of them had bone sabers and spears. Although they were of different shapes, every single weapon possessed a powerful aura. The moment those weapons were summoned, the surrounding void could not withstand the pressure and began to collapse. The 7 witches of the upper world had unfriendly expressions as they glared at the blood-colored butterfly not far away. "What are you?" Elder Feng narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. The blood butterfly did not reply, and the surrounding space went into a trance. Right in front of everyone, the blood butterfly transformed into a woman. She wore a blood-colored robe, and her black hair fell like a waterfall. She had an indifferent expression and was extremely elegant. Looking at that familiar figure, Su Zimo was emotional and his eyes reddened. All the living beings of Tianhuang mainland raised their heads and looked at the blood-robed woman as well. For some reason, although this woman was extremely beautiful, she had a unique aura that was unforgettable after wearing the blood-colored robe. More importantly, the indifference and pride on the blood-robed woman's face made it seem as though she did not take anyone seriously. The moment the blood-robed woman appeared, the emperors of the human race and the experts of the world felt inferior instinctively. "It's her." At the border of the North region, Monkey suddenly said, "Brother Monkey, you know her?" The spirit tiger, Ching Ching, and the other siblings turned and asked curiously, "We've met once." Monkey reminisced. However, that was many years ago, in Song Lang mountain range. She suddenly looked for me and imparted to me a cultivation technique. Pausing for a moment, Monkey scratched his head and said in confusion, "Even now, I don't understand why. That woman must be someone that young master can't forget, right?" The little fox tilted her head slightly and pouted her pink lips, murmuring softly. Long Rant's heart skipped a beat, and he exclaimed, "So it's her!" Back then, it was Dai Yu who descended upon the Dragon Burial Valley and snatched away the Soraka flower. Long Ran only realized who it was when the blood butterfly transformed into the blood-robed woman. "It's that senior." Mo Ing of Divine Phoenix Island was excited when she saw the blood-robed woman. Back then, it was this blood-robed woman who descended upon Divine Phoenix Island and overwhelmed everything domineeringly to retrieve the divine phoenix bone. From that day on, Mo Ing idolized her wholeheartedly. The capital of Great Zhou, a woman in a pale yellow dress looked up at the skies with a conflicted, bitter, and disappointed expression as she murmured, "So that's her?" Above the firmaments, Su Zimo looked at the back of the blood-robed woman with an emotional expression. Finally, he could not help but call out softly, "And Miss Dai, is that you?" "Of course it's me." The blood-robed woman turned around and smiled at Su Zimo, who was not far away. Su Zimo was stunned. That voice had sounded in his ears countless times. That face had haunted him for a long time. Su Zimo had not expected that he would be reunited with Dai Yu under such circumstances. In his heart, Su Zimo had countless things he wanted to tell Dai Yu. He wanted to tell Daiyu everything that happened to him up till this point. However, the thousands of words he wanted to say became incoherent and stuttered. "Miss Dai, why, I never thought that you would." Su Zimo's expression was uneasy. At that moment, he no longer had the dominance and grace of the martial emperor and looked like a shy youth. Daiyu did not say anything and merely smiled at Su Zimo. "Miss Dai, thank you for the gift you left for me. The first 2 gifts have helped me a lot. However, I don't know if the third gift—" Su Zimo's mind was in a mess, and he did not know where to start. Right then, Daiyu spoke and interrupted Su Zimo. "The third gift is none other than me." Chapter 1744. Complete Annihilation. Chapter 1744. Complete Annihilation. When he heard that, Su Zimo felt his mind buzz and his heart thumped wildly, as though it was about to jump out of his mouth. He had never heard such touching words. Furthermore, it came from Daiyu. However, was Daiyu referring to her arrival to assist him, or was there any other meaning behind it? Su Zimo seemed to have thought of something as his face turned red and he was even more flustered. "What are you thinking about?" Daiyu looked at Su Zimo with a fake smile, as if she could read his mind. Su Zimo blushed even more. "And nothing," he replied hurriedly with an uneasy expression. For some reason, Su Zimo felt that Daiyu seemed to be smiling more as well upon their reunion this time round. Back when Daiyu imparted the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness to him in Pingyang town, she had a cold expression and barely smiled. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo probed, "Miss Dai, what's the meaning of this third gift?" "Actually, even when I left back then, I did not expect that you would be able to cultivate to this point." Daiyu's expression turned emotional as well. She knew best how difficult it was for a mortal with an ordinary bloodline to rise in the cruel cultivation world without a sect, resources, or backing. When she left back then, she left behind the Soraka flower, divine phoenix bone, and the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. However, she also knew that the chances of Su Zimo growing were extremely slim. Although Su Zimo had once said that he wanted to look for her, she merely smiled and did not take it seriously. Therefore, now that Daiyu met Su Zimo again and saw that the latter had already cultivated to this stage, she was extremely delighted as well. As such, she naturally smiled more. Daiyu continued, "The mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Only when all 12 demon kings are cultivated and the blood butterfly is formed will I be able to sense it and descend upon this phenomenon with my consciousness." A look of realization flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. Prior to this, although the bloodline phenomenons he cultivated could also condense the blood butterfly phenomenon, they were all illusory. However, after the 12 demon kings were cultivated, the blood butterfly that was formed this time round had already materialized. In other words, he could only trigger the true blood butterfly phenomenon after cultivating the 12 demon kings. But the current you... Su Zimo looked at Daiyu and hesitated. After all, there were some things he could not say openly in the face of a great enemy. Daiyu did not hide anything and nodded without hesitation. "What you see now is naturally not my true body. At best, it can only be considered as a clone. In fact, it would be a stretch to call it a clone. Right now, Daiyu is merely a bloodline phenomenon conjured by Su Zimo. However, Daiyu's consciousness in it was awakened. At the side, Elder Fong and the other witches of the upper world did not dare to act rashly. When they heard that, the 7 witch race experts exchanged glances and heaved a sigh of relief. For them, they descended with their true bodies. However, the woman before them was merely a bloodline phenomenon and could not even be considered as a clone. Fufu. The woman of the witch race from the upper world was jealous of Daiyu's appearance and aura to begin with. Now that she knew about Daiyu's background, She could not help but sneer. I was wondering what sort of a big shot this was. So, you're nothing but a bloodline phenomenon. What are you acting cocky for? When she heard that, the smile on Dai Yu's face gradually disappeared. How dare a few black witches be noisy in front of me? Dai Yu turned around and looked at Elder Feng and the others. She said indifferently and attacked without hesitation. Without circulating any dermic arts or divine powers, Dai Yu merely extended her palm calmly. It was sparkling like jade and shone with a white luster as she slapped the woman from the witch race of the upper world. Die! The witch woman and the 2 witches of the upper world beside her attacked at the same time and released 3 lesser divine powers. Heavenlock Curse, Extreme Curse, Zenith Curse. These lesser divine powers were not the same divine powers released by experts of Tianhuang mainland. The lesser divine powers of the experts of the upper world seemed to have transformed and could even suppress Su Zimo's supreme divine powers with ease. The 3 lesser divine powers were released at the same time as though they wanted to destroy the world. Poof! 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 However, the moment the 3 lesser divine powers were released, they were crushed by Dai Yu's palm and turned into nothingness without any ripples. The 3 lesser divine powers could not even defend against Dai Yu, let alone injure her. Dai Yu slapped down mercilessly, and the bodies of the 3 witches from the upper world exploded instantly, turning into a blood mist. Before the essence spirits of the 3 upper world which race experts could escape, they were slapped to death by Dai Yu's palm. Tianhuang mainland was shaken. The emperors of the human race and the living beings of the 10,000 races widened their eyes in disbelief. In their eyes, those invincible and unstoppable experts of the witch race from the upper world were as weak as ants against the palm of the blood-robed woman. She killed 3 of them with a single slap. It's way too strong. Long Ran was secretly speechless and could not help but gulp. This is only a bloodline phenomenon. Just how strong is her true body? Su Zimo was not surprised at all. Demoness. Elder Feng was shocked and said in a deep voice, "You'd better not go overboard. If you force me, I'll spread the news of what happened here to the witch world. If they know that there's a creation green lotus here, the ones that will descend at that time won't be experts of our black witch level. You were the one who called him a little beast earlier on." Dai Yu ignored Elder Feng's threat and shifted her gaze to him. Her eyes shone with a divine light. The void around Elder Feng collapsed instantly. The next moment, Elder Feng's body began to disintegrate as well, turning into blood foam. "I'm going to destroy this mainland and create rivers of blood." Elder Feng's essence spirit let out a final tragic roar. His essence spirit burned and released some unknown secret skill, turning into a streak of light that shot into the clouds and entered the gigantic crack in the firmaments. "You guys are finished." The remaining 3 witches of the upper world had pale expressions as they looked at Dai Yu, Su Zimo, and the others and laughed maniacally. "The experts of our witch world will definitely arrive here after receiving the news. At that time, all of you and all the living beings on this mainland will have to die with Elder Feng." The 3 witches of the upper world roared with menacing expressions. "Is that so?" Dai Yu was nonchalant and unmoved. She said indifferently, "You guys can go and die with him first." She slapped down. Poof! The remaining 3 witches of the upper world had already turned into 3 blood mists without corpses, and their essence spirits were destroyed. The world was silent. The living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked. The 7 witches of the upper world were extremely strong and arrogant. However, when the blood-robed woman descended, she killed all 7 witches of the upper world with ease, sparing no one. Chapter 1745. Take Revenge for You. Chapter 1745. Take Revenge for You. Dai, you killed 7 experts of the witch race from the upper world in succession. The 4 emperors of the witch race standing beside her were so scared that their faces turned pale and they shivered. Senior, An emperor of the witch race had a terrified expression and his voice trembled, as though he wanted to explain something. Dai, you did not even look at them. With her back facing the 4 of them, she waved her red sleeves gently. The void collapsed and the world trembled. Boom! An extremely terrifying power struck the 4 emperors of the witch race, and their bodies exploded on the spot, turning into blood mists. Their essence spirits were destroyed on the spot as well. Although it had been many years since they last met, Dai was still as decisive and arrogant as before. The 4 emperors of the witch race were killed before they could even beg for mercy. It was useless even if an emperor begged for mercy. Dai, you could not be bothered to listen. With a wave of her sleeves, 4 emperors of the witch race died as though she was wiping away 4 specks of dust. Dai, you raised her head slightly and looked at the glowing crack in the firmaments. She murmured, "No wonder those black witches could arrive here safely." Su Zimo explained, 1,000 years ago, the human race met with a great calamity, and someone used a secret skill to summon senior human emperor, who had ascended from Tianhuang mainland. When senior human emperor received the news, he destroyed the world of Tianhuang mainland and descended forcefully despite his serious injuries to help the human race tide through that calamity. Before senior human emperor left, he told me that because of his descent, the world of Tianhuang mainland is imperfect and its laws are incomplete. There might be other changes in the future. Oh, Dai Yu sounded slightly surprised. However, her expression was calm. The human emperor is quite capable to be able to break through this world and withstand the laws of the lower world without dying. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. Senior human emperor was extremely domineering and suppressed the 10,000 races. He was invincible in the lower world and had ascended to the upper world for countless years. However, Dai Yu merely mentioned that he was quite capable. Su Zimo smiled. At that time, I even asked senior human emperor about you as well as the great wilderness. What did you find out? Dai Yu's eyes shifted and ripples appeared like water as she asked with a smile. Su Zimo shook his head. Nothing much. I merely found out that there is a trichiliocosm and the great wilderness is merely a part of it. At the end of the day, because senior human emperor was not someone from the great wilderness, he merely mentioned some things about it, but he has never heard of you. Given his cultivation and methods, he's heard of the great wilderness, but not me. Dai Yu raised her eyebrows slightly. How did you ask him at that time? Su Zimo was slightly stunned. I merely asked senior human emperor if he had heard of Dai Yu. Why? Did I do something wrong? Dai Yu. Dai, you seem to have thought of something. She looked a little sad as she said softly, "There are less than 5 people in the upper world who know the name Dai Yu." Ah! A look of realization flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. Dai, you must have some sort of a Dao title in the upper world and the great wilderness. However, he asked the human emperor about Dai Yu directly. It was only natural that he had not heard of her before. It was the same way in Tianhuang mainland. Although everyone knew of Desolate Marshal, not many people knew that his name was Su Zimo. Only those closest to him knew about this. There were less than 5 people who knew the name Dai Yu. He was one of them. At that thought, Su Zimo suddenly felt a sense of warmth and pride. Dai Yu said, "If you have the chance to see him again, you can ask him again about the blood butterfly of the great wilderness." Su Zimo smiled. "You'll have to wait for me to ascend to the upper world. Your current cultivation is enough if you want to ascend to the upper world." Dai Yu looked at Su Zimo and nodded slightly with a hint of admiration. "It is beyond my expectations that you can cultivate to this stage. It's all thanks to the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, the Siraka flower and divine phoenix bone." Su Zimo said, If you hadn't arranged them for me, I would have died a long time ago, Miss Dai. Dai said, although I left you 3 gifts in the past, how far you can go depends on your own efforts and destiny. In other words, if you hadn't been able to condense the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness in the end, you would not have seen me, and I would not have bothered about you as well. That sentence was perfectly fitting of Dai Yu's style. It sounded cold and heartless. Dai Yu continued, something unexpected happened to you. The divine phoenix bone was left for you, but you fused it with the dragon bloodline and became a dragon phoenix. When he heard Dai Yu's words, Su Zimo seemed to have returned to the past where Dai Yu brought him to cultivate in that mansion in Pingyang Town. He felt a sense of pride and could not help but laugh. Miss Dai, that's not all I've accomplished. There's also that green lotus clone, right? I've already seen it. Dai Yu looked in the direction of the Kunlun ruins with a calm expression. Although the green lotus true body did not reveal any bloodline aura over there, it could not hide from Dai Yu's senses. That's not all. Su Zimo's eyes were clear and shone brightly. Oh! Dai Yu pondered for a while and shook her head. More than that, I know nothing. I can only wait for you to tell me. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. To think that despite her strength, Dai Yu could not sense the existence of the martial Tao prime body. The martial Tao prime body was indeed a variable. Su Zimo opened his mouth and wanted to mention the martial Tao prime body. However, on second thought, he did not say it. It was not because he wanted to hide anything from Dai Yu. It was because, even now, he could not find the martial Tao prime body. Furthermore, in the depths of his heart, he was secretly looking forward to the day when the martial Tao prime body could meet Dai Yu personally. To be precise, the martial Tao prime body was Su Zimo. The current Dragon Phoenix true body and Green Lotus true body were not the true him. The current Dai Yu was not the real Dai Yu either. The moment the martial Tao prime body met Dai Yu would be the true reunion between the two of them. When Dai Yu saw that Su Zimo wanted to speak but stopped, she did not ask further. She merely smiled and ignored the gazes of the living beings of the 10,000 races. She pulled Su Zimo's wrist naturally. Let's go. Right in front of everyone. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat when Dai Yu grabbed his wrist. He blushed and asked instinctively where to. Dai Yu's gaze landed on the ancestral ground of the witch race. With a cold expression, she said, These witches summoned their clansmen from the upper world to bully you. If I had not descended, you would have died. I can't let this matter go so easily. I've got to help you take revenge. Most of Su Zimo's attention was focused on Dai Yu's palm. He felt that the palm was indescribably soft and delicate. In fact, he even had an urge to take the initiative and hold Dai Yu's hand instead. Su Zimo smiled. Actually, speaking of which, it was an emperor of our human race who descended from the upper world and bullied them first. Oh. Dai Yu's expression was normal as she said indifferently, You can bully others, but no one can bully you. Chapter 1746, Ascension. Chapter 1746, Ascension. If it was anyone else, that statement would naturally be unreasonable. However, no one dared to question it when Dai Yu said it. Furthermore, it seemed logical and justified. In the blink of an eye, Dai Yu had already brought Su Zimo to the ancestral ground of the witch race. At that moment, more than 100,000 witches were gathered in the valley above the witch race's ancestral ground, looking up at Dai Yu and Su Zimo in the firmaments. Some of the witches were so scared that they knelt on the ground and begged. Some of the witches stood with their heads raised fearlessly and shouted, Demonists, don't be arrogant. The experts of the witch race in the upper world have already received the news. Before long, they will descend and kill you. Demonists, I advise you to leave quickly. Dai Yu's expression was calm, and there were no emotions in her eyes when she heard the shouts and curses below. Su Zimo glanced sideways. He could tell that Dai Yu truly did not care. Who would care if there were ants waving their arms beneath their feet in an arrogant manner? Dai Yu did not move at all. She merely extended her palm slowly and pushed down. It was a slow motion. However, when the jade-white palm descended, the skies suddenly darkened. Some of the witches who were cursing in the valley suddenly shut their mouths and widened their eyes, feeling a huge shadow envelop them. The eyes of many witches were filled with endless despair. Many witches tried their best to escape from the valley. However, no matter how they fled, they could not escape from the gigantic shadow. It was as though the skies had collapsed. There was nowhere to hide. No living being could survive from that shadow. The witches who were cursing earlier on had already broken down and knelt on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. Some of the patriarchs of the witch race summoned their dermic treasures and released divine powers towards the shadow in the skies. However, those dermic treasures and divine powers did not cause any ripples when they entered the shadow. Dermic treasures and divine powers were destroyed by a single touch from Dai Yu's palm. Dai Yu's palm descended slowly. There was clearly an endless void between them and the valley beneath their feet. However, it was as though the apocalypse had arrived in the valley. Cries, roars, howls, pleads for mercy, and tragic shrieks intertwined. Dai Yu's palm pressed down. Boom! A deafening bang that shook the heavens, and earth sounded. The entire Tianhuang mainland seemed to have trembled. All the sounds earlier on vanished instantly. After that loud bang, Tianhuang mainland fell into a long period of silence. Everything went silent. The emperors of the human race and the experts of the world arrived above the firmaments and looked down at the valley of the middle continent. To be precise, the valley had already vanished. In its place was a gigantic palm print with 5 fingers that caved in deeply in an extremely shocking manner. Blood filled the palm and life was extinguished. More than 100,000 witches died without exception. Su Zimo was not surprised by this. Back then, he was almost killed by cultivators of Joyful Clan. Before Dai Yu left, she killed the entire Joyful Clan. That was Dai Yu's method. The witch race did not have any goodwill when they summoned the experts of the upper world. If Dai Yu had not descended, there would have been even more extinct races in Tianhuang mainland if the experts of the witch race of the upper world were allowed to massacre wantonly. Those witches deserved to end up in such a state. While Su Zimo was mentally prepared, everyone else was scared out of their wits. Even the emperors of the human race, Long Ran and the others, were pale. She's way too domineering. Long Ran gulped and murmured. Just because she wanted revenge for Zimo, she casually destroyed the witch race. What would happen if this expert was enraged? Although Long Ran had seen Dai Yu before, he did not expect her to be able to release such a terrifying power. An emperor of the Kuan race at the side took a deep breath and composed himself. Thankfully, she's not our enemy. The storyteller's eyes were still filled with worry as he said softly, "If it's as Elder Feng said and there are still experts from the upper world descending, it won't be easy for this senior to defend alone. After all, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Furthermore, the upper world is vast and there's always someone better out there." At the mention of that, the other emperors frowned slightly as well. To be precise, the crisis of Tianhuang mainland had not passed completely. Above the firmaments, after killing the witch race, Dai Yu retracted her palm with a calm expression, as if she had casually done something extremely ordinary. She glanced sideways. Seeing that Su Zimo wanted to speak, but stopped, she said, "If you have any doubts, ask away. Miss Dai, can I meet you again after I ascend to the upper world?" "Not necessarily." Dai Yu said, "In the trichiliocosm of the upper world, every world is countless times larger than Tianhuang mainland. Even in the great wilderness, there are many unknown places that I have not explored given my cultivation. let alone the trichiliocosm. Under normal circumstances, there are a few possibilities for your dragon phoenix body to ascend. The possibility of ascending to the dragon world, the parasol tree world, and the great wilderness is the greatest. Of course, there's also an extremely small chance of ascending to another world. If you manage to ascend to the great wilderness, there's a high chance that you can get to meet me. Su Zimo nodded, seemingly enlightened. The dragon phoenix true body possessed the bloodline of the dragon race. Therefore, there was a chance he could ascend to the dragon world. The parasol tree world that Dai Yu mentioned should be the world of the divine phoenixes. In the ancient books, there were some legends that said that the divine phoenixes only resided in parasol trees. The dragon phoenix possessed the bloodline of the divine phoenix as well and could ascend to the parasol tree world. The dragon phoenix could also be considered as a type of demon. Therefore, it was possible for him to ascend to the great wilderness. Dai Yu's gaze shifted to the green lotus true body in the Kunlun ruins. As for your green lotus body, there's a chance that you can ascend to the heavenly world. Heavenly world. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Dai Yu nodded. You are right. There is a high chance that the humans in the billion minor chiliocosms will ascend to the heavenly world. The human emperor you mentioned earlier on should be someone from the heavenly world. Su Zimo nodded. Dai Yu said, Of course, there is only one creation green lotus in the entire world. It's entirely possible for you to ascend to any world. After Dai Yu's explanation, Su Zimo understood more about the upper world. The upper world included the trichiliocosm, the heavenly world, great wilderness dragon world, parasol tree world, witch world, and god world were all a part of the trichiliocosm. Dai Yu's expression turned unusually serious. You have to remember that the upper world is not as beautiful as what ordinary people imagine it to be. On the contrary, the cruelty of the upper world is 1,000 times more than the minor chiliocosms. Even with my cultivation, I can only dominate less than 50% of the upper world. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 1747, Heaven, Earth, Black and Yellow. Chapter 1747, Heaven, Earth, Black and Yellow. In Su Zimo's heart, Dai Yu was almost an invincible existence. But now Dai Yu said it personally. Given her cultivation, she could only dominate less than 50% of the upper world. Even before ascension, the vastness and mysteriousness of the upper world had already given Su Zimo a huge blow. Dai Yu said, Right now, you are invincible and unmatched on this mainland. However, if you ascend to the upper world, you are almost at the lowest level. Su Zimo nodded. Senior Human Emperor once told me that there are countless paragons and monster incarnates in the upper world. All those who can ascend are the top experts of the lower worlds. It's not just those who ascended from the lower worlds. Dai Yu said, in the upper world, there are many paragons who are born there. From the moment they are born, they are already at a higher level than the beings of the lower worlds. Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled something and asked, What's the cultivation of the 7 witches who descended from the upper world earlier on? They're just a few black witches. Dai Yu shook her head gently. Black witches are considered as the lowest level living beings in the witch world of the upper world. However, even the lowest level living beings of the upper world can suppress me with ease. Su Zimo smiled bitterly and shook his head. The supreme divine power I comprehended can't even defend against the lesser divine powers of the black witches. Dai Yu pondered for a while and said, There's no harm in telling you some things now. In the upper world, the first thing you have to experience is the 3 major realms. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he listened intently. He did not want to miss out on any information about the upper world. After all, the more one knew, the higher the chance of gaining a foothold after ascending to the upper world. Furthermore, at his current cultivation realm, he knew nothing about his future. Dai said, "The three major realms are the Black Essence, Earth Essence, and Heavenly Essence realms. In the witch race, those at the Black Essence realm are called Black Witches. The immortal cultivators of the Black Essence realm are called Black Immortals, and so on. Of course, the civilizations of the Trichiliocosm are different. Although their titles might be different, there's not much changes to their corresponding cultivation realms." Su Zimo nodded and asked, "Why are the three major cultivation realms called the Black, Earth, and Heavenly Essence? Is there any significance behind them?" Dai did not reply. Instead, she asked, "Black, Earth, and Heaven. According to this order, can you think of anything?" "Black, Earth, Heaven." Pondering for a moment, Su Zimo's eyes lit up and he blurted, "Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow." "That's right." Dai nodded. "I got it." Su Zimo said, "Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. Actually, yellow corresponds to the emperors, one of the billion minor chiliocosms." Dai nodded slightly with a hint of admiration in her eyes. "As for the essence in Black, Earth, and Heavenly Essence, they represent the origin of the power of the upper world, Heaven and Earth Essence Chi. The Heaven and Earth Essence Chi is similar to the Spirit Chi in the minor chiliocosms. However, it's countless times stronger. Earlier on, you said that a lesser divine power of the Black, which destroyed your supreme divine power. That's because his lesser divine power was infused with Heaven and Earth Essence Chi. No wonder." Su Zimo came to a realization and lamented. To think that fusing with Heaven and Earth Essence Chi would cause divine powers to transform to such an extent. Dai said the so-called divine power method was passed down from the upper world. The true power of divine powers can only be released when it is fused with the Heaven and Earth Essence Chi. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo asked again, "Does that mean that if I can master Heaven and Earth Essence Chi, I can release divine powers at will?" "Of course not." Dai shook her head. "Typically, cultivators of the Black Essence realm can only release lesser divine powers. Those of the Earth Essence realm can only release greater divine powers. Only those of the Heavenly Essence realm can release supreme divine powers. Firstly, the Heaven and Earth Essence Chi required to release greater or supreme divine powers is immense and can't be activated unless one's cultivation realm is high enough. Secondly, if one's cultivation realm is not high enough, their body and essence spirit won't be able to withstand the burden of releasing greater and supreme divine powers." Su Zimo memorized everything in his mind and tried his best to comprehend it. Dai said, "Your vision has to be broader and more far-sighted. In the upper world, there are not only divine powers, but also countless treasures and secret skills, many of which I have never seen before. The upper world not only has peerless divine powers, but also a few taboo mystic classics. If you can obtain any of them, it'll be enough for you to use for the rest of your life. Peerless divine powers." The first time he heard those words was from the storyteller. However, the storyteller had once said that it was only a legend and he had never seen them before either. Now he knew from Dai that peerless divine powers did exist. Furthermore, they were in the upper world. However, even Heavenly Essence experts could only release supreme divine powers. What sort of power did one have to possess to release peerless divine powers? As though she could read Su Zimo's mind, Dai said, "There are naturally higher levels after the Heavenly Essence realm. However, you are still far from that. There are 9 levels to every major realm of Black, Earth, and Heavenly Essence. There's a huge difference between each level, and the difference between the 3 essence realms is even greater." Su Zimo asked, "Miss Dai, is your cultivation realm above the Heavenly Essence realm?" "Of course." Dai nodded. "The human emperor you mentioned is also above the Heavenly Essence realm." Su Zimo sighed internally. Initially, he thought that he would be able to catch up to Dai soon after ascending to the upper world. To think that there was such a huge gap between him and Dai. The conversation between the two of them was isolated by Dai's secret skill, and no one could hear it. Dai's gaze landed on the green lotus true body. After looking at it for a while, she said, "It's rare that it has grown to the peak of grade 8. That's right. It's a pity that I haven't been able to break through to grade 9. Su Zimo said. The green lotus true body had been at the peak of grade 8 for some time now. Even after comprehending 3 supreme divine powers, the green lotus true body could not break through the barrier of grade 8 and seemed to have reached a bottleneck. The creation green lotus is the only one in the world. I don't know how it grows either. Dai said, however, a grade 9 creation green lotus is not the limit. The true peak is at grade 12. Furthermore, the later 4 grades of the creation green lotus will produce even greater opportunities. The potential of this clone is definitely not weaker than your dragon phoenix body. In fact, it might even surpass the dragon phoenix. Dai had an extremely high evaluation of the green lotus true body. Su Zimo had countless things he wanted to say to Dai. However, right then, Dai suddenly looked up at the crack in the firmaments and said softly, "It's here." The moment she said that, a repressing aura surged into Tianhuang mainland through the crack. Splash! A green river floated in the firmaments, emitting a rich, evil aura. Every single drop of water in the river contained an extremely terrifying power that was enough to kill any emperor of Tianhuang mainland. Chapter 1748, 9 Neonate Curse. Chapter 1748, 9 Neonate Curse. The green river crossed the firmaments, and 4 figures appeared faintly in the river, emitting a powerful aura that overwhelmed the world. Su Zimo reared his head and looked up. Given his cultivation realm, there was naturally no way he could detect the cultivation realms of those figures. However, he could sense that the 4 figures were clearly much stronger than the 7 witches of the upper world. I've got to see who was the one who dared injured people from our witch world in this small lower world. A voice rumbled from the green river with a tremendous might that was sinister. The 4 experts of the witch world that descended were only faintly visible in the green river. Although they did not reveal themselves, their spirit consciousnesses scanned Tianhuang mainland brazenly. Damn it! The witch race here has been annihilated. Before long, the 4 experts of the witch world discovered the gigantic, blood-colored palm print in the witch race's ancestral ground. A few ghastly green gazes burst forth from the green river in the firmaments, and looked at Dai and Su Zimo, who were standing on the blood-colored palm print. The light of the eyes seemed to arrive instantly. Dai took light steps and shielded Su Zimo behind her. She was indifferent and motionless. Before the green beams of light landed on Dai, they had already dissipated into nothingness. "Oh!" A surprised voice sounded from the green river. "Woman, you're quite capable." Another voice sounded and asked coldly, "Who are you? Which part of the upper world are you from?" Dai raised her head slightly and said indifferently, "You're just a few earth witches. You're not worthy of knowing my background." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. According to Dai, the earth witches should be experts of the earth essence realm. Compared to the 7 witches of the upper world, they were indeed a major cultivation realm higher. "How dare you?" An earth witch hollered, "Stop being pretentious. No matter how strong you are, right now, you're merely a phenomenon in the lower world." The earth witch was indeed sharp and saw through Dai's facade right away. Dai said, "Even a single phenomenon is enough to deal with you guys." The moment she said that, Dai struck directly. Her fair palm seemed to have passed through the endless void and arrived at the green river at the end of the firmament, patting gently. "You must have a death wish." When the 4 earth witches saw that, they channeled their essence spirits, and the green river created raging tides that devoured Dai's palm. The Green River was condensed from the essence energy in their bodies and contained an extremely strong corrosive power mixed with evil curses. Even divine weapons of the upper world could not defend against the power of the Green River, let alone flesh and blood. How pretentious! Get the hell down. Die, you scolded softly. Her palm shone with divine lights and slapped the Green River. The filth and stickiness of the Green River did not taint Daiu's palm at all. Boom! There was a loud bang. The entire Green River that crossed the firmaments seemed to have frozen instantly and was motionless. Thereafter, it let out a loud bang and was shattered by Daiu's palm. The Green River turned into dark green rain that descended from the skies and almost enveloped Tianhuang mainland. In the skies of Penglai Island, an emperor of the Golden Crow race was initially in his true form and stood on the clouds. To think that the dark green rain would descend from the skies. A drop of rain landed on him. Just a single drop. Poof! The drop of rain corroded a bloody hole in his body. Immediately after, the terrifying power contained by the rain devoured his Golden Crow body in the blink of an eye. The essence spirit of the Golden Crow Emperor had just escaped when it was pierced by another drop of rain and died on the spot. The expressions of the emperors of the human race long ran, and the others changed starkly when they saw that. Most of the power of the Green River had dissipated after it was shattered by Daiyu. However, the remnant power that turned into rainwater was still so terrifying. Even emperors could not defend against it. Which living being in Tianhuang mainland could survive the downpour? Daiyu had a calm expression. She rubbed her jade-like fingers gently, and a small flame appeared on her fingertips. The flame flickered on Daiu's fingertip, as if it could be extinguished by a gust of wind. However, after the flame appeared, the dark green rain was burned before it even descended on Tianhuang mainland, turning into the richest spirit qi and fusing into Tianhuang mainland. As for the 4 earth witches, they were already revealed by Daiu's palm and looked wretched. Kill! The 4 of them shouted and attacked one after another. An earth witch slapped his storage bag and summoned a dark green skull that was as huge as a mountain. The skull opened its mouth as though it wanted to devour the world. Thick, dark green essence, qi, surged out from the eye sockets and mouth of the skull, continuously with torrential flames that blanketed the skies. 9 neonate curse. Another earth which channeled his essence spirit and released a greater divine power. Even living beings of Tianhuang mainland had not seen the 9 neonate curse before. The 9 neonate curse was extremely vicious. In order to cultivate that greater divine power, one had to use a secret skill as well as a living infant as tribute. For a full 49 days, he had to refine it using secret skills continuously and maintain the infant's life force to ensure that the infant did not die. Eventually, the infant would die in pain. The infant's soul would be filled with endless resentment and would be captured by the witch race to cultivate that greater divine power. The moment the greater divine power was formed, 9 resentful infants appeared in midair with tragic expressions and cried. The 9 resentful infants charged towards Daiyu in different directions. The 3rd earth witch waved his bone staff and drew a semicircle in front of him. In the semicircle, many crooked incantations appeared and enveloped Daiyu like dark green spirit snakes. The 4th earth witch's bone staff paused on the ground. Immediately after, dark green flowers appeared beneath Daiyu's feet one after another. Like the palms of evil spirits, they grabbed towards Daiyu's ankles. The 4 earth witches attacked at the same time without holding back. Many experts of Tianhuang mainland were not involved. However, they could still sense the terrifying power released by the earth witch experts. Be it the skull or the divine powers and secret skills, each of them was enough to sweep through Tianhuang mainland and kill all living beings. Dai Yu's expression was unchanged and her eyes were calm. Suddenly, she raised her foot and stomped gently. Boom! The void beneath her feet shattered like a gigantic ancient mirror, and dense cracks appeared on it. The dark green flowers that had just grown were crushed by Dai Yu's stomp. How dare you descend to the lower world with such capabilities? Before Dai Yu's words were finished, the ground beneath the feet of the earth, which had summoned the dark green flower earlier on, suddenly split open, and a gigantic spike burst forth. The spike pierced the earth witch's body, the earth witch died on the spot. Chapter 1749, Peerless Magnificence. Chapter 1749, Peerless Magnificence. Thereafter, Dai Yu waved her wide sleeves and attacked the descending incantations of the witch race. Boom! There was a loud bang. The incantations dissipated instantly. Dai Yu's sleeves were scarlet as blood. After dispelling the incantations, her strength did not diminish, and she collided heavily against the Earth Witch. Bang! The body of the Earth Witch was torn apart by the seemingly weak sleeves, and his essence spirit was destroyed, dying on the spot. Dai Yu's gaze shifted as she looked at the gigantic skull in the firmaments. She did not extend her hand. She opened her mouth slightly and let out a white stream of qi. Qi. The white qi was like a long sword that burst forth with an extremely sharp edge. It defied gravity and entered the gigantic skull. Qi sword. Su Zimo was shocked. Such methods were nothing special in the cultivation world and were extremely ordinary. Anyone with strong lungs and terrifying breathing could do that. However, the sword that was condensed from a single qi stream defied gravity and soared into the skies to fight against the weapons of the earth which experts of the upper world. That was completely beyond Su Zimo's understanding. Boom! 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 The mountain-sized skull began to collapse, and countless bone shards fell from midair. The Earth Witch's weapon was sliced into pieces by Dai Yu's qi sword. Suddenly, the Earth Witch behind the skull tilted his head and his eyes dimmed. He fell from midair, and there were no longer any signs of life in his body. Dead. Dai Yu's qi sword had not only destroyed his weapon, it even killed him on the spot. In the blink of an eye, only one of the 4 Earth Witches was left. Su Zimo was shielded by Dai Yu, and none of the divine powers and secret skills released by the 4 Earth Witches even made contact with him. The living beings of the 10,000 races raised their heads and looked at everything with dumbfounded expressions. Although the blood-robed expert was a woman, she was incomparably domineering and looked down on the world, suppressing all the experts of the upper world with an almost invincible stance. Even the emperors of Tianhuang mainland were completely convinced, let alone the other living beings. The blood-robed woman was like an empress that looked down on the world with disdain, domineering, aggressive, and invincible. Long Ran grinned. Back then, although I saw her at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, I never expected her to be so terrifying. The storyteller's palm trembled slightly as well. He took out an ancient book from his storage bag, as though he wanted to record something. However, after a long time, he could not write a single word and could only sigh. The eternal human emperor can be recorded and described using words. However, no words can describe a fraction of this senior's magnificence. Previously, as the storyteller of Enigma Palace, he would record every major event in Tianhuang mainland. However, at that moment, the storyteller could not write a single word. Above the firmaments, the 9 resentful infants had tragic expressions and let out ear-piercing cries. Their green eyes widened as they lunged towards Dai Yu. Dai Yu did not move at all and had no intention of attacking. She stood there with a calm expression. When the 9 resentful infants arrived before Dai Yu, the ferocity on their faces vanished and turned into fear, as though they were shocked. There was naturally no way the 9 resentful infants knew Dai Yu. However, they were the most sensitive and sensed an extremely terrifying aura from Dayu. There was no longer hatred in the eyes of the 9 resentful infants. Instead, there was a pleading look. In fact, the 9 infants clasped their hands and bowed to Dayu repeatedly. While it looked clumsy, they were in fact extremely pitiful. Although they were condensed from divine powers, they could sense that the blood-robed woman before them could truly free them. Disperse. Dayu spoke softly. The colors of the 9 infants began to change, turning from dark green to pink and healthy. A look of relief flashed through the eyes of the 9 infants. Before long, the 9 infants dissipated into the world. Dayu did not even have to attack. A single word was all that was required to dispel that greater divine power. Not only that, Dayu even severed the origin of the greater divine power completely this time round, the Earth Witch would never be able to condense the divine power again. The Earth Witch's face was livid with fear. He also realized that the blood-robed woman before him was not someone he could defend against. In a flash, he turned and fled towards the crack in the firmaments. You've cultivated such a vicious divine power, and karma has befallen you. Today will be your death anniversary, Dayu said. She stretched out her hand and clenched it gently through the void. Before the Earth Witch could escape into the crack, he turned into a blood mist and died on the spot. The 4 experts of the witch world that descended were all dead. Dayu waved her hand and put away the storage bags of the 7 black witches and 4 earth witches. With a slight exertion of strength, the storage bags shattered in her palm and the contents were revealed. She handed them to Su Zimo without even looking at them. Take these things. Under normal circumstances, although the witches of the upper world were dead, their spirit consciousness imprints were still on their storage bags. Given Su Zimo's strength, there was no way he could open them. When Dayu thought about that, she did not even bother to remove the spirit consciousness imprints and shattered the storage bags completely. What's all this? Su Zimo received it with a confused expression. There were many things in the storage bags of the witches of the upper world, elixirs, weapons, materials, and everything else. However, Su Zimo did not recognize most of them. In fact, he had never even seen many of the materials before. Dayu took a casual glance and said, "These witches are very poor and have nothing good. Most of these things belong to the witch race and are not of much use to you. Keep those few bottles of elixirs safe." She pointed to a few bottles among them. These are essence condensation elixirs. In the upper world, when cultivators of the black essence realm cultivate, these are the most commonly consumed elixirs. Not only does the essence condensation elixir contain heaven and earth essence chi, it can also help cultivators absorb heaven and earth essence chi better. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he asked, "If I consume the essence condensation elixir to cultivate now, can I control the heaven and earth essence chi?" "Of course not." Dayu shook her head. "You have not gone through the tribulation transcendence yet. Only after doing that can your flesh and essence, spirit, attempt to absorb heaven and earth essence chi. Although you're a dragon phoenix now, if you consume this essence condensation pill, you won't be able to withstand the power of the elixir and will explode on the spot." Su Zimo was secretly speechless. Even the most ordinary elixir in the upper world possessed such terrifying power. Chapter 1750, One-Eyed Living Being. Chapter 1750, One-Eyed Living Being. Dayu took another look and pointed to 7 stones the size of an infant's fist. These are essence spirit stones, and they contain rich heaven and earth essence chi. They are also important cultivation resources, and are even more precious than those essence condensation elixirs. Given my current cultivation, I'm still unable to absorb the heaven and earth essence chi within, right? Su Zimo asked. Dayu shook her head gently. Even if you complete your tribulation transcendence and ascend to become a cultivator of the Black Essence realm. You won't be able to absorb the heaven and earth essence chi within, let alone your current cultivation realm. This essence spirit stone is something that can only be absorbed by earth essence realm cultivators. Only Black Essence realm cultivators who have cultivated the few taboo mystic classics of the upper world will be able to absorb the heaven and earth essence chi within. Taboo mystic classics. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. He had heard Dayu mention the term earlier on, and his eyes flashed with curiosity. The taboo mystic classics are ranked alongside a few supreme divine powers. These are too far away from you, and it's useless to tell you about them now. Dayu did not continue. Su Zimo nodded and did not ask further. He carefully placed the few bottles of essence condensation elixirs and 7 essence spirit stones in a separate storage bag and put them away. Just as Dayu was about to speak, she frowned and looked up. Boom! Boom! There was a loud bang. Suddenly, a gigantic foot descended from the crack in the firmaments. Its thick thigh was like a heavenly piercing divine pillar. The gigantic foot carried an apocalyptic aura and formed a humongous shadow. It descended from the skies and stomped heavily on the East Sea. Instantly, a massive tsunami surged in all directions from the East Sea. Right away, countless living beings in the East Sea were trampled to death by that stomp. The living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked. The bottomless East Sea created massive waves. However, the massive waves that were dozens of feet tall did not even reach the living beings' ankles. The experts of Tianhuang mainland looked up with pale expressions. Even with their vision, they could not see the end to catch sight of the living being's full appearance. To be precise, a single thigh from that living being was already enough to penetrate the entire Tianhuang mainland. It's not over yet. Dai Yu's expression gradually turned cold. She waved her sleeves and flung it towards the thigh that connected heaven and earth. His scarlet sleeves seemed to have transformed into a blood-colored saber that slashed across the thigh. Poof! That heavenly piercing thigh was sliced into 2 by Dai Yu's sleeves. Fresh blood gushed out and dyed the East Sea red. The lower half of the thigh fell heavily into the East Sea, creating blood waves. Roar! A pained and furious roar sounded from the firmaments. Boom! Immediately after, a gigantic palm descended from the firmaments, covering the skies as it grabbed towards Dayu. The gigantic palm seemed to envelop the entire middle continent of Tianhuang mainland. The living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked. They had never seen such a massive living being before. A palm covered the skies and enveloped the middle continent. A single foot was enough to fill the East Sea. Most importantly, up till now, the living beings of the 10,000 races had yet to see the full appearance of this living being and did not know what it was. Dai Yu's expression was unchanged. She looked at the palm that was reaching for her and punched in reverse. Compared to the gigantic palm that covered the sky, her fist was like a speck of dust. However, that punch shattered the palm into pieces. Roar! Roar! The roars in the firmaments intensified. The consecutive heavy injuries had already caused the living being to enter a berserk state. Suddenly, the skies darkened. A large shadow descended slowly, and in the middle of it, a gigantic eyeball appeared. It was ferocious and carried endless rage and killing intent. The living beings of the 10,000 races had never seen such a gigantic eye. That eye was comparable to the stars in the firmaments, and was filled with a powerful might. An image flashed through the minds of the living beings of the 10,000 races. A living being that resembled a gigantic god stepped into Tianhuang mainland and reached out with one hand. After being severely injured, it bent down to check things out. That shadow was the face of that living being. The living being had no nose, ears, or mouth. There was only a gigantic single eye. Humph! Dai Yu snorted and raised her hand, pointing at the single eye in the firmaments. The jade-like finger tore through the air like a sharp sword and entered the single eye. That single eye was blinded by Dai Yu's finger. Ah! The living being held tragically, and its voice grew further and further away. It had clearly escaped from Tianhuang mainland. Suddenly, a gigantic ancient bell descended from the crack in the firmaments. The surface of the ancient bell was filled with runes that were antiquated and mysterious, emitting a powerful aura with a terrifying might. Even the single-eyed living being earlier on could not match the aura released by the ancient bell. Dai Yu waved her sleeves and whipped the ancient bell fiercely. Clang! When her sleeves whipped the ancient bell, it rang loudly. Cracks appeared densely in the firmaments of Tianhuang mainland from the bell. Instead of retreating, the ancient bell enveloped Dai Yu's head, as though it wanted to fight her. Dai Yu's eyes shone brightly. She reached out and slapped the ancient bell. Dong! The ancient bell shuddered and let out a loud ring. Immediately after, the runes on the ancient bell burst forth and shone with a resplendent divine light that enveloped Dai Yu's palm. From the looks of it, the ancient bell wanted to fight Dai Yu in dermic arts. Poof! 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 The runes collided with Dai Yu's palm and shattered one after another. They could not defend against her power at all. Boom! In a flash, Dai Yu's palm shattered many runes and slapped the ancient bell heavily. Su Zimo could clearly see that there was a huge dent on the ancient bell with Dai Yu's palm print deeply imprinted on it. Buzz! Buzz! As though it was sentient, the ancient bell let out a series of sorrowful cries. Suddenly, an extremely massive power burst forth from the ancient bell. It illuminated, forming rays of light. The surface of the ancient bell shone brightly. The sunken palm print on the ancient bell was gradually recovering. You're trying to test the waters with a sentient immortal weapon without the guts to reveal your true body? Seems like you don't want this immortal weapon anymore. Dai Yu's expression was cold. She leaped up and left Su Zimo's side, rushing towards the ancient bell. Up till this point of the battle, this was the first time Dai Yu had left Su Zimo's side. It was clear that she was prepared to use her full strength to retain the ancient bell. As though it sensed danger, the ancient bell did not dare to linger and transformed into a streak of light, escaping towards the crack in the firmaments. Dai Yu was about to give chase when her expression changed slightly. Chapter 1751 White-Robed Man. Chapter 1751 White-Robed Man. Suddenly, a figure descended from the crack in the firmaments. The person's black hair fell, and he wore a white shirt. He looked handsome, and his eyes were like stars. With his hands behind his back, he looked like an immortal. It seemed to be a human. This was a human of the upper world. Standing in midair, the white-robed man swept his gaze across Tianhuang mainland and murmured, "This minor chiliocosm is not bad. The 10,000 races coexist. There's even a divine Ho?" Suddenly, his gaze landed on the dragon phoenix true body. He sniffed, and his eyes lit up. The aura of a dragon phoenix. Ha ha ha. The white-robed man laughed. Not bad, not bad. I can capture this divine Ho and dragon phoenix as my immortal pets. However, I still have to look for the creation green lotus first. Where is it? The white-robed man surveyed his surroundings. In a few breaths, his gaze landed on the Kunlun ruins and the green lotus true body. Su Zimo felt his body turn cold, and his hair stood on end. So it's hidden here. The white-robed man clicked his tongue in wonder. To think that it would fuse so well with flesh. How rare. Under the gaze of the white-robed man, Su Zimo felt as though he was seen through from head to toe, as though there were no secrets to speak of. Su Zimo was secretly alarmed. Be it the witch race, the one-eyed living being, or the ancient bell, none of the experts from the upper world could find the green lotus true body. However, this white-robed man could find him right away. Although he did not know the cultivation realm of the white-robed man, the latter was definitely more terrifying than all the previous experts of the upper world. The white-robed man's gaze landed on Nianqi, and his eyes lit up. Not bad. This woman from the god race is not bad. Her looks and figure are all top grade. I can take her back. Swoosh! In a flash, the white-robed man descended above the Kunlun ruins. He looked at Su Zimo. I'm refining an immortal pill, and lack the creation green lotus. After refining you, I'll definitely succeed in creating the immortal pill. It's your honor to die as my pill refinement material, the white-robed man said proudly and reached out to grab Su Zimo. Suddenly, a blood-colored figure flashed before Su Zimo. You must have a death wish. A cold glint flashed through the white-robed man's eyes as an extremely terrifying power burst forth from his palm towards Dai. Dai's expression was unchanged. She merely flipped her palm, casually. Bang! The two of them exchanged blows and collided with a loud bang. The white-robed man shuddered and his expression changed slightly. Su Zimo was secretly alarmed as well. Up till this point of the battle, this white-robed man was the only one who could defend against Dai's attack without being injured. Not only that, the white-robed man did not even retreat half a step. Su Zimo could not help but feel worried. However, Dai's expression was calm and her eyes were still unmoved. She merely looked at the white-robed man coldly. Who are you? The white-robed man narrowed his eyes and asked sternly. Scram. Dai, you did not say anything more. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Dai was decisive to kill. Normally, she would not waste her breath on the white-robed man, nor would she let him leave. But now she seemed to have reservations. Could this white-robed man be so strong that he could threaten Dai? You're merely a bloodline phenomenon. How strong can you be? The white-robed man smirked and saw through Dai's facade instantly. Dai said indifferently, You are merely a clone as well. That's the difference. The white-robed man said proudly, This clone of mine has its own essence spirit. It was formed after I cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. It's not something that your bloodline phenomenon can compare to. I'm definitely going to get my hands on the creation green lotus in this minor kiliacosm. The white-robed man said coldly, I'll kill whoever stands in my way today. Even if your true body dares to descend, I'll kill you as well. Before his sentence was finished, a blinding light appeared on the white-robed man's glabella. Ugh! Su Zimo, Nianqi, and the others could not help but grunt when they felt an immense pressure against the ball of light. The light was even more dazzling than the blazing sun in the firmaments and possessed an incomparably terrifying might. This clone actually managed to cultivate to such a realm. Dai narrowed her eyes slightly. It's too late for regrets now. The white-robed man hollered, and the light on his glabella released an extremely terrifying power that surged into his hands. The terrifying power rapidly formed a gigantic sword in the white-robed man's palm. Although that sword was not a true weapon, it was countless times stronger than the ancient bell earlier on. Slay! Raising his sword, the white-robed man slashed towards Dai. You want to kill me? Dai's gaze turned cold. Seems like you don't know who I am. Before her sentence was finished, Dai's figure suddenly disappeared. A blood-colored butterfly the size of 10 feet appeared in midair. 2 full moons were imprinted on the wings of the blood-colored butterfly, and it glared at the white-robed man coldly like a pair of eyes. Su Zimo held his breath and focused. Prior to this, Dai had never transformed into her true form. With just casual attacks, she suppressed all the experts of the upper world. But now, Dai had reverted to her true form against the white-robed man. "Phoo!" the white-robed man sneered. "Of the butterfly race, only the golden butterfly sovereigns are strong. You're just a red butterfly." As though he thought of something, the white-robed man could not continue. "Why you?" Blood drained from the white-robed man's face as his eyes widened in fear. His arm trembled slightly as he pointed at Dai and said with a quivering voice, "Why, you're that blood butterfly from the great wilderness." The moment he said that, the white-robed man turned to flee without hesitation. Dai's wings flapped. That tremble was almost negligible. However, the white-robed man's body suddenly spasmed violently and gigantic cracks appeared on the sword that he had just conjured. Crack! 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 Boom! There was a loud bang. The bedazzling sword shattered. The white-robed man spat out blood with a shocked expression and wanted to continue escaping. However, Dai's wings trembled again. That single tremble seemed to create a terrifying and apocalyptic storm that descended on the white-robed man instantly. The white-robed man's flesh fell off continuously in the storm and fresh blood splattered everywhere. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" He let out a series of tragic cries. "Blood butterfly! Empress! Please spare!" In the storm, the white-robed man's voice sounded intermittently, as though he was begging for mercy. Chapter 1752, Dao Fruit. Chapter 1752, Dao Fruit. The white-robed man begged for mercy, but Dai was indifferent and ignored him. Since she had already attacked and incurred a huge feud, she would not let him leave. Dai reverted to her human form and with light steps entered the terrifying storm. The storm was tearing at the white-robed man's flesh wildly. In a few breaths, the white-robed man was turned into a skeleton by the storm. However, there was still a powerful life force within the white-robed man's body that struggled against the surrounding storm. Su Zimo focused his gaze. Through the layers of storms, one could vaguely see a bedazzling light the size of a goose egg within the white-robed man's skull. Even in the terrifying storm, the ball of light did not extinguish and was filled with divine lights that were injected into the white-robed man's bones to maintain his life force. If not for that, the white-robed man would have been torn into pieces by the storm. Dai leaped into the storm and extended her palm, landing on the head of the white-robed man. She exerted strength in her palm, and her jade-white fingers pierced into the white-robed man's skull. Crack! Accompanied by a jarring sound, Dai reached out and removed the top of the white-robed man's head. "Ah!" The white-robed man let out another tragic cry. Dai turned a deaf ear to him. With a calm expression, she reached into the white-robed man's head with her fair palm and took out the dazzling ball of light. "Why you destroyed my cultivation?" The white-robed man could not finish a sentence. It was as though the white-robed man's source of power was severed the moment Dai took out the dazzling ball of light. In the blink of an eye, his body and bones were destroyed by the violent storm and shattered. Dai waved her sleeves gently and the storm dispersed. The world returned to normal once more, as though everything that happened earlier was just an illusion. Dai took off the storage bag of the white-robed man and shattered it. A large number of items scattered out of the storage bag. There were elixirs, cultivation techniques, weapons, and everything else. There were many times more compared to the black and earth witches earlier on. Although Su Zimo did not recognize any of them, he could tell that the items in the white-robed man's storage bag were clearly much better. More importantly, there were 10,000 of the essence spirit stones that Dai had mentioned earlier. At that moment, Su Zimo did not know how precious the essence spirit stones were in the upper world. Essence spirit stones were not only cultivation resources in the upper world, they were also a form of currency circulated in the upper world. In the upper world, Black immortals were unable to absorb the essence chi of the essence spirit stones and had almost no essence spirit stones. Even among the earth immortals, 10,000 essence spirit stones was a considerable sum. This time round, without waiting for Daiyu's guidance, Suzimo put away all the essence spirit stones in a storage bag for safekeeping. Daiyu's palm held the bedazzling ball of light. She exerted strength in her palm, and the ball of light dimmed before long. In the blink of an eye, there was only a round jade the size of a goose egg left in her palm. It looked extremely ordinary. There were even a few faint patterns on the jade. Daiyu came before Suzimo and handed him the jade stone that was the size of a goose egg. She said indifferently, "This is that person's Tao fruit. It contains his Tao techniques." Suzimo was about to receive it when his heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He suddenly thought of the martial Tao prime body. The martial Tao prime body was formed from the martial Tao fruit. However, the process of forming the martial Tao fruit was extremely special. That was because he created the martial Tao and obtained the augmentation of a vow. He condensed the profoundness and will of the martial Tao, fusing it with the faith of all living beings before condensing a martial Tao fruit. The Tao fruit in Daiyu's palm was clearly different from his martial Tao fruit. Daiyu thought that Suzimo was worried about something and said, "I have already sealed the power of this Tao fruit. It is of no threat to you. Of course, given your current cultivation, you're far from reaching that level. You can put it away for the time being. Once you reach a certain cultivation realm, this Tao fruit might be useful to you." Although Daiyu said it casually, Suzimo could still tell that the value of the Tao fruit was much greater than any essence spirit stone. "Miss Dai, please keep this Tao fruit." Suzimo replied, "What use do I have for it?" Daiyu curled her lips and shook her head. "Although this thing is precious, it is not worthy of my attention. It's something I'll just throw away casually." With that said, Daiyu threw it casually. Suzimo caught it hurriedly and placed it on a separate storage bag. "What's his cultivation realm in the upper world?" He could not help but ask. "His true body should be similar to the human emperor you mentioned." Daiyu replied indifferently. Pausing for a moment, she continued, "He is someone from the heavenly world. Given his cultivation, he definitely has a high status in the heavenly world and can rule over an entire area. It wasn't easy for his clone to cultivate to this realm and form a Tao fruit. Now that I destroyed his clone, I've incurred a huge feud with him. Naturally, he won't dare to take revenge on me. However, if you ascend to the heavenly world, you'll have to be careful. Of course, if you ascend to the great wilderness, you won't have to worry about him. I'll naturally ensure your safety." Suddenly, Suzimo recalled something. When Daiyu saw that person, she did not attack immediately. Instead, she told him to get lost. Unfortunately, the white-robed man did not recognize Daiyu's background and wanted to kill her. In the end, he ended up in such a state. At that time, Suzimo thought that this person had a powerful background, and even Daiyu was wary of him. Now, he finally understood that Daiyu was worried about him. At the same time, Suzimo felt emotional. Initially, he thought that his Green Lotus and Dragon Phoenix true bodies were already unprecedented monster incarnates. To think that the white-robed man had a clone as well that was similar to his two true bodies. In fact, the white-robed man's clone was even stronger and more terrifying. Thankfully, he still had the martial Tao prime body. Even Daiyu did not notice the martial Tao prime body. Suzimo still had countless questions he wanted to ask and endless words to confide in her. However, Daiyu shook her head at the moment. "Let's wait a while." She looked at the crack in the firmaments. If this crack is not repaired, more living beings of the upper world will come down. My phenomenon is about to disperse. I'd better repair the crack first. With that said, Daiyu leaped up and flew towards the firmament. It was only now that Suzimo realized that Daiyu's figure seemed to have become more illusory after the battle. She was not as corporeal as before. Right now, the Daiyu before him was merely formed by his bloodline phenomenon and could not even be considered as a clone. The continuous battles took a huge toll on the bloodline phenomenon. Chapter 1753, Mending the Heavens. Chapter 1753, Mending the Heavens. Right in front of the living beings of the 10,000 races, Daiyu stood in the firmaments. With a wave of her hands, streams of divine light spilled onto the crack. As though it was pulled by an invisible force, the crack closed slowly like a miracle. Daiyu mended the crack in the heavens. That scene was extremely shocking. The storyteller, Long Ran, and the emperors of the human race revealed deep admiration as they bowed down towards the blood-colored figure in the firmaments. Everyone knew that if the crack was still present, the living beings of Tianhuang mainland could meet with misfortune at any moment. Daiyu's action was equivalent to saving the entire Tianhuang mainland. As long as the heaven and earth were fixed perfectly and the laws were complete, it would be way too difficult for anyone from the upper world to descend. First, someone from the lower world had to release a secret skill to summon them. Now that the witch race was destroyed, apart from the storyteller, no one else knew this secret skill. Second, even if someone summoned them, those of the upper world would require an extremely powerful cultivation to descend. At the very least, they had to be comparable to the eternal human emperor. More importantly, even when the eternal human emperor descended, he suffered an immense backlash and his body collapsed. His essence spirit was severely injured and his cultivation realm fell. Up till now, he had yet to re-establish a connection with the human emperor's palace, who would be like the eternal human emperor who was willing to make such a huge sacrifice to save the masses of Tianhuang mainland. There was only a single eternal human emperor. The entire mending process lasted for a long time and consumed a lot of Daiyu's energy. Su Zimo could clearly see Daiyu's figure dimming and turning increasingly illusory, as though she could dissipate and vanish from Tianhuang mainland at any moment. He was silent and looked at the blood-colored figure fixedly. Unconsciously, he was already clenching his fists nervously. He still had many things he wanted to tell Daiyu. He was worried that Daiyu would leave without bidding him farewell. After a long time, the crack in the firmaments finally closed completely without any gaps. Heaven and earth were complete and the laws were perfected. Tianhuang mainland had returned to normal. The living beings of the 10,000 races shouted with delighted expressions. The scene of the experts of the upper world descending earlier on had a huge impact on them. It was like a nightmare that they did not dare to recall until now. Nobody wanted Tianhuang mainland to endure another calamity as such. Su Zimo did not laugh. Although Daiyu was still around, her figure had become extremely blurry and could dissipate at any moment. She walked toward Su Zimo. However, she had barely taken a few steps when her figure swayed and she almost broke down. Daiyu stopped in her tracks. Although Su Zimo knew that Daiyu was merely a bloodline phenomenon, he still felt a sense of reluctance and wanted to rush to her. Daiyu shook her head. "There's no need to come over. We can just talk a little more. Actually, your current cultivation is enough. Don't linger too long in the lower world. It's best if you ascend as soon as possible." Daiyu said, "In the upper world, no matter which world, you will experience a lot of discomfort. In the lower world, Su Zimo was the martial emperor who was respected by the 10,000 races and could call the shots for everything. However, in the upper world, he would be at the bottom. It was difficult for everyone to accept such a huge difference." Daiyu said, "Back then, when I brought you to cultivate, I merely wanted to end the karma between us. I did not expect that you could cultivate to this stage. However, since you've come this far, I hope that you can work hard to adapt to the environment of the upper world and survive." Su Zimo could hear the concern and worry in Daiyu's tone. Dai, you said. The upper world is a huge forest. It is even more cruel and bloody. You must remember that even I nearly died in the past. Back then, Dai was severely injured and came to Tianhuang mainland. That was when she met Su Zimo. If Dai was already so strong, how strong was the person who could injure her? Su Zimo did not say anything. Right now, even if he wanted to help, he was helpless. However, he made up his mind that he would definitely cultivate as soon as possible after ascending to the upper world and catch up to Dai. When they met again, Su Zimo believed that he would give Dai an even greater surprise. It's time for me to leave. Dai sighed gently. She looked away from Su Zimo and surveyed the entire Tianhuang mainland. She felt a sense of nostalgia towards this minor kiliacosm. Dai's gaze paused on Pingyang town for a while, then on Songlang mountain range, and soon on the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Suddenly, she exclaimed softly, and her eyes lit up. She saw the 4 lines of words on the wall of the old temple at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. The first 2 lines were left behind by her many years ago. To become one of the greatest, you have to work on the foundation and be willing to take hardship and serve others. Behind the 2 lines of words were 2 new lines of words that were equally sharp and looked down on the world. Once the fog fades, the radiance shall illuminate through the entire world. Good, good, good. Dai's eyes shone brightly as she nodded repeatedly. She could not help but laugh and praised. What boldness! You're comparable to me. She looked at Su Zimo once more. I'll wait for you in the upper world. I hope that you can break through the mountains and rivers of the upper world and meet me again. With that said, Dai's figure dissipated completely, disappearing from the world. It was not easy for Su Zimo and Dai to meet, but they did not get to talk much. They spent less than half a day together. He had so many more things to say to Dai. Su Zimo looked in that direction and sighed gently in disappointment. Young master, don't be disappointed. This senior said that you can ascend now and you'll be able to see her then. Nian Qi consoled softly at the side with a gentle expression. I'm fine. Su Zimo nodded to Nian Qi and smiled as well. As Nian Qi had said, everything in Tianhuang mainland had basically come to an end. When the time was ripe, he could ascend and leave for the upper world. If he was lucky, he might even be able to ascend to the great wilderness. The battle triggered by the primordial 5 races had come to an end. The witch race was destroyed and the god race was imprisoned by Nian Qi, prepared to be brought back to God's mainland. Of the original primordial 9 races, only 7 races were left. Among the 7 races, the dragon, Kuin, and barbarian races were the absolute victors. The remaining 4 races suffered immense losses and would probably not recover without 10,000 years. Right after Dai left, a few bubbles appeared in the initially silent 1,000-year blood sea. In the depths of a cemetery in the middle continent, another series of squeaking sounds echoed from an ancient coffin, as though something sharp was scraping against the coffin walls. Blood waves surged in the East Sea. In the blood wave, a small boat strangely appeared. On it stood a fisherman with a green bamboo hat and a fishnet beneath his feet. It's time to reel in the net. The fisherman raised his head slightly and looked at Tianhuang mainland from afar. He murmured softly, and a strange blood glint flashed through his eyes. Chapter 1754, Fate Ring, Secret Ground. Chapter 1754, Fate Ring, Secret Ground. After Dai mended the heavens and the battle ended. The emperors of the human race, as well as the storyteller, did not leave. Instead, they stayed temporarily in the Dragon Bone Valley under Su Zimo's suggestion. Nian Qi had already returned to God's mainland with the god race. Su Zimo had always been worried. Although the battle had ended, the blood face had not truly appeared the entire time. The strange thing was that Monk Daming did not appear either. According to his speculation, the calamities of Tianhuang mainland started from 30,000 years ago, from the 1,000 demon tribulation to the astral tribulation, Great Qian catastrophe, and eventually the catastrophe of the 10,000 races today. The Bloodface had succeeded. Although they won this battle, the 10,000 races of Tianhuang mainland suffered immense losses as well. Blood flowed through Tianhuang mainland and corpses were strewn everywhere. In the end, experts of the upper world were implicated and their bloodlines were an unimaginable tonic for those who cultivated the blood refinement fiend sutra. Su Zimo did not even dare to imagine what realm the Bloodface would grow to. When Daiyu descended, she did not mention this matter. However, Su Zimo believed that the existence of the Bloodface could not have been hidden from Daiyu. However, after Daiyu descended, she had been fighting with the experts of the upper world and had no free time. In the end, Daiyu exhausted the last bit of her phenomenon strength and her figure dissipated. The reason why Su Zimo did not ascend to the upper world immediately was also because of the hidden danger of the Bloodface. After the battle, the emperors of the human race and the various races had to recuperate. Su Zimo persuaded the emperors of the various races to try their best to stay in the Dragon Bone Valley and gather together to prevent any accidents. Although he did not explain the exact reason, the emperors of the various races recalled the changes that happened to the dragon, Kuin, and barbarian races before the battle and felt lingering fear. Furthermore, after this battle, the prestige of the martial emperor had already reached its limits and even surpassed the eternal human emperor of the past. Su Zimo was only part of the reason. It was also because of Daiyu. Since Su Zimo persuaded them, the emperors of the various races did not reject and stayed in the Dragon Bone Valley for the time being. There were many troublesome matters to deal with after the battle, and the emperors delegated the tasks to the patriarchs and mighty figures of the various races. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Unexpectedly, Tianhuang mainland fell into a long-awaited peace. After that battle, the 10,000 races chose to recuperate in silence. The Bloodface did not appear either, and seemed to have vanished completely. Apart from some severely injured emperors who were recuperating in the Dragon Bone Valley, most of the emperors were mostly healed. This day, Su Zimo, the storyteller, and Long Ran gathered. Strange, could our previous guest be wrong? The storyteller frowned slightly. Perhaps the Bloodface has already attempted tribulation transcendence and left Tianhuang mainland. Both the storyteller and Long Ran knew about the existence of the Bloodface. Back then, Long Ran nearly died in 1,000 Demon Valley. I don't think so. Su Zimo shook his head. He believed that the Bloodface would definitely not leave silently after causing such a huge commotion. Long Ran said, "In my opinion, the three of us should join forces and take a look at the 1,000-year blood sea in 1,000 Demon Valley. I don't believe that we can't defeat a Bloodface, even if we join forces." Su Zimo frowned slightly and was about to speak when his heart skipped a beat and his gaze intensified. He could sense the existence of the martial Tao prime body. Kunlun ruins. In the depths of a lake, it was deep and dark without much light. A purple-robed figure seemed to be lying at the bottom of the lake. The martial Tao prime body was in seclusion here and no one could sense him. Even if a living being passed by him, the martial Tao prime body would be a lifeless stone in the eyes and senses of that living being. At that moment, the martial Tao prime body woke up from his seclusion. The figure of the martial Tao prime body rose slowly from the bottom of the lake and gradually surfaced. He opened his eyes that shone with a resplendent divine light. The martial Tao prime body had benefited immensely from this seclusion. Initially, there was no path ahead for him. Without a path, he could not continue cultivating. No matter how many divine powers he fused, he would only be stuck on the spot. Now that he had perfected the martial Tao, he had finally created the remaining path. The cultivation of the martial Tao was different from the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Taos right from the beginning. The greatest emphasis of the martial Tao was the cultivation of the body. The body was a gigantic treasure with endless potential waiting to be triggered by cultivators. After the martial Tao prime body cultivated a martial spirit, his cultivation method was not much different from the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sections. There were still essence, spirit, secret skills, heaven, and earth dharma characteristics and conjoint bodies. However, at the Mahayana realm, the martial Tao prime body did not comprehend any divine powers. Instead, he forcefully smelted the divine powers into his flesh. From that moment on, the martial Tao was once again different from the cultivation techniques of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sects. After cultivating divine powers, one naturally relied on the materialization of the divine powers to fight against their opponents. As for the martial Tao prime body, he smelted divine powers directly to stimulate the power and potential of his body continuously. The martial Tao prime body sat cross-D on the lake with his black hair fluttering without any wind. His eyes were closed and the martial spirit fire burned furiously as the power of his body and bloodline condensed continuously within his body. The divine power of the martial Tao furnace fused into every single inch of his flesh and bones, stimulating the life force potential of his body. The meaning of cultivation was to constantly stimulate the power of life. Suddenly, the power within the prime body had reached a critical point and limit. Boom! A loud bang sounded from the body of the martial Tao prime body. At that moment, it was as though a shackle had been broken through the prime body. A mysterious circular halo appeared behind the martial Tao prime body and condensed the power of the martial Tao. It interweaved with the Tao of the martial Tao and emitted a powerful power, causing the surrounding void to collapse and the ground to quake. With the illumination of that mysterious halo, the martial Tao prime body was like a god. Under the envelopment of the mysterious halo, the power of the martial Tao prime body far surpassed before. The martial Tao prime body did not stop and continued channeling the power in his body to condense. The aura of the prime body was still rising rapidly. This was the path created by the martial Tao prime body. Fate ring, secret ground. After the conjoint body realm, one would cultivate the martial Tao and enter the fate ring, secret ground. The fate ring was like the growth ring of an ancient tree. The more fate rings one had, the more exuberant their life would be and the stronger their physique and bloodline would be. In the deduction of the martial Tao prime body, there were 9 levels to the fate ring, secret ground. Right now, the martial Tao prime body had only activated his first fate ring. The martial Tao prime body did not stop cultivating and continued to break through the second fate ring. Half a month passed. A second bang sounded from the body of the martial Tao prime body. It was as though another shackle had been broken. Another halo appeared behind the first mysterious halo. The second fate ring. The aura of the martial Tao prime body surged, and he suddenly stood up. The sound of bones cracking could be heard from his body, and he exuded the aura of an emperor that looked down on the world. Instantly, the weather changed. Many living beings in the Kunlun ruins sensed that aura and their expressions changed, as though a calamity was about to descend the next moment. Chapter 1755, Red Lotus Karmic Fire. Chapter 1755, Red Lotus Karmic Fire. 2 fate rings appeared behind the martial Tao prime body, emitting a purple glow and divine light with a terrifying aura. The martial Tao prime body sensed the power in his body. Condensing 2 fate rings was equivalent to an emperor of the cultivation world. But now, the combat strength of the martial Tao prime body was comparable to the green lotus true body and dragon phoenix true body. The breakthrough of the martial Tao prime body did not stop. He wanted to condense his third fate ring. Ever since the martial Tao prime body smelted divine powers, He had only smelted lesser and greater divine powers, and had not smelted supreme divine powers. If a supreme divine power could be smelted, a third fate ring could be formed. However, the martial spirit fire alone was almost unable to smelt supreme divine powers. The martial Tao prime body had to master a second type of flame. Furthermore, the grade, level, and potential of that flame could not be too low. Up till now, the only flame in Tianhuang mainland that was worthy of the martial Tao prime body was the dragon phoenix flame. Even the sun essence fire of the golden crow was inferior in the eyes of the martial Tao prime body. However, the dragon phoenix flame of the dragon phoenix true body was the innate talent of the taboo dragon phoenix. Unless the martial Tao prime body smelted the dragon phoenix true body, there was almost no way he could control that flame. The martial Tao prime body had a calm gaze. Over the years, he had smelted many divine powers and countless cultivation techniques and secret skills. His mind contained a large amount of essence and profoundness. The martial Tao prime body wanted to comprehend a new flame. Back in the Tao inheritance ground, Su Zimo challenged the three tribulations domain. The second tribulation of the three tribulations domain was the karmic flames. At that time, it caused him immense pain and was unforgettable. At that time, the karmic flames burning in the three tribulations domain were caused by greed, anger, and obsession. However, the martial Tao prime body smelted countless cultivation techniques and divine powers and cultivated along the way, gaining a deeper understanding of negative karma. The birth of negative karma was not merely due to greed. Killing, stealing, and brazen words would result in negative karma. Negative karma was a consequence of the cycle of karma. In other words, every living being was born with karma and accompanied by negative karma. However, some of it was positive karma, while others were negative. In the path of cultivation, cultivators engaged in killing, and everyone was tainted by countless negative karma. Even Su Zimo was not spared. The negative karma of every living being was like a pile of firewood. As long as there was a single spark, it would ignite into a raging fire that burned their organs and flesh from the inside out. That was karmic flames. As long as the negative karma did not dissipate, the karmic flames would not extinguish. Negative karma exists because of the cycle of karma. With negative karma comes karmic flames. Karma was everywhere. Even if one was a high and mighty emperor, they would be shrouded by endless negative karma. However, no one would ignite it. Even if one comprehended countless divine powers and secret skills, they were still in the loop of karma and possessed negative karma. They could not avoid the pain of the karmic flames. The martial Tao prime body had a new comprehension and understanding of the karmic flames of the three tribulations domain. A violent storm brewed beside the martial Tao prime body. The storm connected heaven and earth and possessed a terrifying killing power, as though it wanted to tear everything apart. Filled with a powerful divine power, the storm shook the world. Supreme Divine Power Storm. Initially, the appearance of the martial Tao prime body attracted the attention of countless Kunlun clansmen. There were already many Kunlun clansmen speeding over. Now that the Supreme Divine Power Storm was formed, many Kunlun clansmen were even more shocked. It's that person. Some of the Kunlun clansmen recalled something. Previously, someone came to the Kunlun ruins and took the initiative to cause a divine power storm. I remember it too. Furthermore, that person managed to survive the divine power storm. Another Kunlun clansman said, "It was no secret to the many Kunlun clansmen that the martial Tao prime body was smelting divine powers in the Kunlun ruins. However, the Kunlun clansman did not know who he was and could not see the face of the martial Tao prime body clearly. They could only see a faint fog. Didn't that person already disappear?" A Kunlun clansman was secretly speechless. I thought that this person was torn apart by the divine power storm. To think that his return would attract a supreme divine power storm. Let's go take a look. Kunlun clansmen from all over the Kunlun ruins rushed over. Within the supreme divine power storm, the martial Tao prime body did not circulate his blood qi to defend against the supreme divine power storm. Instead, he allowed it to tear through his body continuously. Scarlet lights shone from the body of the martial Tao prime body. If anyone's vision could penetrate the divine power storm, they would be shocked to discover that scarlet flames were burning inside and outside the martial Tao prime body. Karmic flames. Countless negative karma coiled around the martial Tao prime body as well. The power of the karmic flames even caused a supreme divine power storm. However, the strange thing was that the scarlet karmic flames in the martial Tao prime body's body did not emanate any divine powers. Karmic fire was not divine powers. It was an extremely unique power. Under the tempering of the karmic flames, the flesh of the martial Tao prime body became increasingly condensed, and the negative karma in his body was burned cleanly. His bones and organs shone with a resplendent glow. The two fate rings behind the martial Tao prime body shone faintly, and their auras turned purer, resembling gods. Divine powers are no match for negative karma. The martial Tao prime body conjured a strange dermic seal that resembled a lotus with both hands. Suddenly, he said 6 words that spread through the Kunlun ruins. It was like a dermic mandate. After those words were said, the countless divine powers in the Kunlun ruins calmed down instantly. The supreme divine power storm that was initially surrounding the martial Tao prime body gradually subsided as well. Although the storm was still revolving around the martial Tao prime body, it was no longer attacking the latter, it was protecting him. After those words were said, a tremendous might descended from the entire Kunlun ruins. It was as though an even stronger will was above the Kunlun ruins. In the supreme divine power storm, the martial Tao prime body smirked. The karmic flames burning in his palms gradually transformed into 2 crystalline red lotuses that resembled treasures of the world. There was no warmth in the 2 red lotus flowers. However, the aura released by the red lotus was extremely terrifying, and even the supreme divine power storm had to calm down. A second flame was condensed in the body of the martial Tao prime body after the martial spirit fire. Red lotus karmic fire. Although the red lotus karmic fire was not a divine power, it could smelt divine powers. In fact, even the supreme divine powers in the Kunlun ruins could be smelted by the red lotus karmic fire. Under the tempering of the martial spirit fire and red lotus karmic fire, the cultivation speed of the martial Tao prime body would increase significantly. Under the tempering of the 2 flames, his body would also become increasingly terrifying. Boom! Right then, another loud bang sounded from the body of the martial Tao prime body. Behind him, another purple fate ring condensed outside the second one. His aura surged and his strength rose. The 3rd fate ring appeared, and the martial Tao prime body had already broken through to an even higher level. Chapter 1756, Annihilation. Chapter 1756, Annihilation. For the past few days, Su Zimo did not cultivate and merely sensed the activity on the side of the martial Tao prime body. He only composed himself after the martial Tao prime body condensed his 3rd fate ring. After condensing his 3rd fate ring, the power controlled by the martial Tao prime body had far surpassed the green lotus true body and dragon phoenix true body. Although the martial Tao prime body had yet to undergo the tribulation transcendence and ascend, his strength had already surpassed his 2 true bodies. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed since the martial Tao prime body came out of seclusion. The emperors that were recuperating in the Dragon Bone Valley had already recovered from their injuries. After that battle, many emperors comprehended something and even broke through one after another to comprehend another supreme, divine power. In the past 2 months, many patriarchs comprehended supreme, divine powers and became emperors. During this period of time, the 10,000 races of Tianhuang mainland rested and recuperated. It was unusually peaceful, and the emperors of the various races were prepared to bid farewell. Outside the Dragonbone Valley, the emperors of the human race bid farewell to Su Zimo and the others. Mystic Emperor, when are you prepared to undergo the tribulation transcendence? Monk Kong Yun asked. I'm the palace guardian after all, and have to guard Tianhuang mainland for a few years. I can only leave after I find the next palace guardian. The storyteller smiled. Kong Yin, you've already comprehended 3 supreme divine powers and can prepare to undergo the tribulation transcendence and ascend. We'll talk about that later. Monk Kong Yin shook his head gently and hesitated. Why? The storyteller asked. What's the problem? Long Ran said, although there's a slim chance of survival for tribulation transcendence, no one can avoid it. We have to take this step eventually. Monk Kong Yin smiled bitterly and sighed. To be honest, I'm a little afraid, Sai. The storyteller was silent. The battle 2 months ago had a huge impact on the hearts of the emperors of Tianhuang mainland. Against that apocalyptic power, even emperors were like ants that could die at any moment. For someone like Su Zimo, even if it was not for Dayu, he had a strong determination and was unshakable. Naturally, he was fearless and pressed forward. However, most people would inevitably feel a sense of fear and hesitation. Su Zimo's gaze shifted. The other emperors fell silent as well. It was clear that Monk Kong Yin was not alone. An emperor suddenly said, Actually, the upper world isn't as beautiful as we imagined. That's right. Why are we cultivating? Isn't it so that we can live a long life? Another emperor added, However, there's a 90% chance of death if we attempt the tribulation, transcendence, to ascend. Even if we survive and ascend to the upper world, we'll only be at the bottom of the hierarchy, and anyone can kill us. If that's the case, I might as well stay in the lower world and roam freely. The emperor expressed the thoughts of many emperors. Actually, over the years, there had been very few emperors who attempted tribulation transcendence. On the one hand, it was dangerous. On the other hand, it was also a form of fear towards an unknown place like the upper world. The worries of the emperors were not without reason. If they stayed in Tianhuang mainland, even if they exhausted their lifespans, they would have tens of thousands of years to live. However, if they chose to attempt tribulation transcendence to ascend, there's a chance they might die. Long Ran pouted. What's there to be afraid of? The path of cultivation is not a smooth one to begin with. Since you've chosen this path, don't turn back. Naturally, Long Ran was fearless towards the upper world. Su Zimo believed that the Azura Yen Beichin would definitely choose to ascend as well. That was because Yen Beichin had an obsession in his heart. He wanted to head to the upper world and search for a power that could revive Qin Pianran. This battle brought fear to everyone else. However, it was a form of hope for the Azura Yen Beichin. He had witnessed the power of the upper world. He believed that as long as he ascended to the upper world, he would definitely be able to find a way to revive Qin Pianran. After a moment of silence, Su Zimo looked at Monk Kong Yun and the other emperors and said slowly, You guys are not wrong in your words and thoughts. If you stay in Tianhuang mainland, you might be able to live for tens of thousands of years. However, if you attempt the tribulation transcendence to ascend, there's a chance you might die immediately. However, Su Zimo paused for a moment. Only by ascending to the upper world will there be a chance of true longevity. Only by ascending to the upper world can one gain greater power and obtain a lifespan of 200,000 years, 300,000 years, or even longer. That's the only place where one can gain more knowledge and expand their horizons. Monk Kong Yin and the other emperors were deep in thought. The storyteller did not persuade further. For Monk Kong Yin and the other emperors, staying in Tianhuang mainland might be the best choice for them. Tribulation transcendence was extremely dangerous to begin with, and there was a high chance of death. Now that Monk Kong Yin was filled with fear, his chances of transcending the tribulation were even slimmer. Right then, a streak of light tore through the air and arrived before the many emperors in the blink of an eye. This person had a Confucian crown on his head and a pale face without any beard. He was slightly plump and held a folding fan in his hands. He was Lin Xuanji of Enigma Palace, and was also the storyteller of this generation. Why, what happened? The storyteller frowned when he saw Lin Xuanji's strange expression. Lin Xuanji composed himself and said the blood vine race was destroyed and hundreds of thousands of clansmen died without exception. When the emperors heard that, their expressions changed. Although the blood vine race was defeated this time round, they still had a few emperors and more than 10 patriarchs. Su Zimo did not annihilate them either. In just 2 months, hundreds of thousands of blood vines were killed. The emperors of the blood vine race are dead too. The storyteller asked with a grim expression. Dead? Lin Xuanji gulped. When I heard the news, I couldn't believe it and went to the ancestral ground of the blood vine race personally to take a look. At that point, a look of fear flashed through Lin Xuanji's eyes, as though he recalled a terrifying scene with lingering fear. That place has already turned into a sea of blood without any signs of life. Countless blood vine clansmen died regardless of their cultivation realms. Lin Xuanji said, You're way too reckless. The storyteller was a little reproachful and turned to look at Su Zimo with a questioning expression. Who could have done it? The terrifying thing about this is that the entire process of exterminating the entire blood vine race happened in silence. Even emperors like us did not notice it at all. Su Zimo frowned in thought. His first reaction was monk daming. However, what was monk daming's motive for doing that? Had monk daming already cultivated to such an extent after they did not meet for a period of time? Or rather, was it the blood face? However, on second thought, Su Zimo shook his head. The blood face was closely related to Tao, Lord Blood Fiend. However, Tao, Lord Blood Fiend, had half the bloodline of the blood vine race in his body, and there was no reason for him to do such a thing. How much hatred did someone have to possess in order to exterminate an entire race? Chapter 1757, Tao Wu Demon Emperor. Chapter 1757, Tao Wu Demon Emperor. Let's go to Thousand Demon Valley and Thousand Year Blood Sea. A cold glint flashed through Su Zimo's eyes as he said in a deep voice, No matter who destroyed the blood vine race, he had to head to the 1,000-year blood sea and resolve the latent danger of the blood face. All right. The storyteller and the other emperors agreed without hesitation. All the emperors present tore through the void with ease and descended from the Dragon Bone Valley, arriving above the 1,000 Demon Valley. This time round, Su Zimo and the others did not hide their tracks. Now that many emperors appeared at the same time after the battle of the 10,000 races, many living beings were attracted, wondering if something big had happened again. This time round, Su Zimo's Green Lotus True Body and Dragon Phoenix True Body moved at the same time. The martial Tao Prime Body was still cultivating and smelting divine powers in the Kunlun ruins, so he did not appear. Su Zimo and the others arrived above the 1,000-year blood sea and looked down. Back when Su Zimo, Monkey, and the others first saw the blood sea, they were extremely shocked. Right now, he had already cultivated to the Emperor realm and stood at the peak of Tianhuang mainland. In his eyes, the blood sea was like a blood-colored lake. Strange. Monk Kong Yin frowned. There's a strange power emanating from the blood sea that even my spirit consciousness can't detect. Apart from the storyteller and the other emperors did not know about the blood face. This is the battlefield of the 1,000 demon tribulation back then. An emperor looked at the corpses surrounding the 1,000-year blood sea and murmured. Su Zimo looked at the bones beneath his feet and the 1,000-year blood sea. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and exclaimed softly. Looking down, he suddenly realized that the 1,000-year blood sea beneath his feet was like a blood-colored eyeball. The white bones that surrounded him were like the whites of the eye. The white bones and blood sea formed a strange, blood-colored eye. That eye seemed to be staring at the many emperors in midair. A strange glint flashed through the eye. At the same time, ripples appeared in the 1,000-year blood sea. Strange. Why do I feel like I'm being watched? An emperor murmured uneasily. This place is truly sinister, another emperor added. Ah! Suddenly, an emperor exclaimed with a shocked expression. He pointed at the 1,000-year blood sea beneath his feet and said with a trembling voice, It seemed to have blinked just now. What do you mean by blink? Stop making a fuss and explain yourself. Long Ran frowned. That's right, that's right. The emperor seemed to be extremely shocked and could not explain for a moment. With a grim expression, Su Zimo said slowly, This 1,000-year blood sea should be the eye of a living being, and it blinked earlier. What? The storyteller, Long Ran, and the other emperors were shocked. Roar. Suddenly, a deafening roar sounded from the depths of the 1,000-demon valley, as though a powerful fiend demon had awakened. That roar spread through the entire Tianhuang mainland. Be it in any corner of Tianhuang mainland or any living being, they could hear it clearly and sense the terrifying power contained in the roar. The living beings of 1,000-demon valley trembled and did not dare to move. Even some grand demons and old demons were not spared. Above the 1,000-year blood sea, some weaker emperors felt their ears buzz and their bloodlines floated uncontrollably under the roar. The emperors were pale and bewildered. Crack, crack, crack. Immediately after, gigantic cracks appeared on the ground beneath the emperor's feet and extended in all directions with the 1,000-year blood sea as the center. An extremely strong demonic chi and blood stench emanated from the cracks. This time round, all the emperors could see it clearly. Indeed, the 1,000-year blood sea revealed a gaze that only living beings possessed. Ridicule, cruelty, and mockery. The ground beneath everyone's feet protruded slowly, forming a mound the size of a mountain, as though a supreme fiend was about to break out of it. Boom! Boom! There was a loud bang, and the ground shook. A gigantic figure broke through the ground and rose rapidly. Demonic chi coiled around its body, and its blood chi surged. 100 feet, 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet. In the blink of an eye, the gigantic figure had already broken through the height of 10,000 feet and was almost indomitable. Burying its knees on the ground, it waved its arms with torrential flames and a terrifying might that swept through the world. Countless rocks flew everywhere. The gigantic rocks, created by the rise of the figure, contained immense power. Many emperors retreated and scattered. Against that terrifying aura, Long Ran revealed his dragon form. However, his dragon form was only slightly more than 10,000 feet long and was not much thicker than the living being's arm. The moment Long Ran transformed into his dragon form, the terrifying living being waved its gigantic palm and grabbed the 10,000 feet long dragon in his palm, as though he was tearing through the void and dust. The claws of the terrifying living being extended one after another and pierced Long Ran's protective dragon scales instantly, leaving bloody holes on his body. Long Ran struggled. However, Long Ran, who was more than 10,000 feet tall, was like a python that could not break free from the grip of this powerful living being. Roar! Long Ran roared in pain. The dragon roar shocked the 10,000 races. At that distance, the dragon roar could release an extremely terrifying killing power. However, the terrifying living being did not seem to have heard anything. Exerting strength in its arms, it roared and tore Long Ran into two, dyeing the void red with his dragon blood. That scene was extremely shocking. The bloodline of the dragon race was extremely strong. Even if someone could kill an emperor of the dragon race, there was no way they could tear the body of an emperor of the dragon race apart. How terrifying was the power released! The emperors were stunned on the spot with pale expressions. At that moment, it was too late even if Su Zimo attacked. When Long Ran saw that the situation was bad, he abandoned his body and escaped with his essence spirit. When Long Ran's essence spirit escaped, the terrifying living being did not chase after it and merely harumphed in disdain. It grabbed the half of the dragon that was bleeding and stuffed it into its mouth. Crack! 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 The living being bit the flesh of an emperor of the dragon race and devoured it in huge mouthfuls. Long Ran escaped and hurriedly circulated blood rebirth to reconstruct his body. Even so, he was still shocked and furious when he saw his body that he had abandoned earlier on devoured by this terrifying living being. It's way too strong. Su Zimo's expression turned grim. The strength of that living being had even surpassed the former heavenly god emperor, Hell Witch Emperor, and the others. At that moment, the dust gradually dispersed and Su Zimo's gaze landed on the living being. The living being had a human face, tiger legs, and pitch-black short fur all over its body. On both sides of its mouth, a pair of sharp pig teeth soared into the skies. Behind the living being was a gigantic and thick tail that swept back and forth. It had a ferocious gaze and a blood glint as it glared at Su Zimo and the others. Tao Wu. Frowning slightly, Su Zimo compared it to the records in the ancient books, and the name of a ferocious beast flashed through his mind. Tao Wu Demon Emperor. Right then, the storyteller and the other emperors exclaimed with shocked expressions. Chapter 1758, Astral Immortal Emperor. Chapter 1758, Astral Immortal Emperor. Impossible. The storyteller was shocked and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The Tao Wu Demon Emperor should have died in the 1,000 Demon Tribulation a long time ago. How can he still be alive? Su Zimo recalled that he had read about the 1,000 Demon Tribulation back in Enigma Palace. Indeed, a demon emperor died in the 1,000 Demon Tribulation, the Tao Wu. Ha ha ha. The Tao Wu Demon Emperor chewed on the dragon flesh as he reared his head in laughter with blood splattering everywhere. He surveyed his surroundings with bloodshot eyes and a menacing expression as he shouted, "You guys are finally here! I've been waiting for a long time. This demon is strong. Retreat for now." With a grim expression, Su Zimo sent a voice transmission to the storyteller and the other emperors without hesitation. Even his two true bodies might not be a match for this Tao Wu Demon Emperor, let alone other emperors. The other emperors would only die if they advanced. The storyteller and the others had terrible expressions as well. The terror of this Tao Wu Demon Emperor had far exceeded their expectations. A strange fluctuation appeared in the void. A phantom-like figure sneaked towards the Tao Wu Demon Emperor silently. It was Night Spirit. After the battle of the 10,000 races, Night Spirit had already comprehended two supreme divine powers. Even if he had to face the encirclement of the Hell Witch Emperor and the others again, Night Spirit was absolutely confident that he would be able to kill them one by one. However, Su Zimo's heart sank when he saw that. Before he could warn, Night Spirit had already appeared and attacked, grabbing the Tao Wu's neck with his gigantic, menacing claws. His sharp tail streaked through the air with a dark light and stabbed towards the head of the Tao Wu Demon Emperor, arriving instantly. A mocking look flashed through the eyes of the Tao Wu Demon Emperor. Without even turning back, he reached out with his hand and grabbed Night Spirit's body in a flash before the latter's killing move descended. It was too fast. The speed of the Tao Wu Demon Emperor was even faster than Night Spirit. His attack was released after, but arrived sooner. His speed was not the only terrifying thing. In the palm of the Tao Wu Demon Emperor, Night Spirit could not even break free and could only growl. The Tao Wu Demon Emperor exerted strength in his palm, and crackling sounds echoed from Night Spirit's body. His bones felt like they were about to be crushed by the Tao Wu Demon Emperor. The Dragon Phoenix True Body's gaze intensified as he channeled his essence spirit. A gray fog shrouded his fingertip, as though it contained the flow of time. Fleeting moment. The power of time ignored one's cultivation realm. No matter how strong the Tao Wu Demon Emperor was, he could not withstand the passage of time. However, the moment the supreme divine power was about to be formed, the Dragon Phoenix True Body felt a wave of dizziness in his mind. His bloodline surged, and he swayed. The gray fog on the Dragon Phoenix True Body's fingertip dissipated silently. He had failed. The Dragon Phoenix True Body had a lost expression. He did not know what happened at all. The dizziness came without any warning and was completely illogical. How dare a puny divine ho challenge me? The Tao Wu Demon Emperor sneered and exerted strength in his palm. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Right in front of the emperors, the taboo divine was crushed into pieces by the palm of the Tao Wu Demon Emperor, and fresh blood flowed slowly through the gaps between his fingers. Night Spirit realized that something was amiss, and his essence, spirit, had already escaped to reconstruct his body. "Don't go." Su Zimo sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness hurriedly in a stern tone. The Tao Wu Demon Emperor brought his palm that was stained with the divine ho's blood to his mouth and extended his gigantic tongue to lick the flesh on it. He grinned with a menacing expression. The emperors felt their scalps tingle and felt a chill run down their spines as their breathing turned hurried. You guys want to escape." The Tao Wu Demon Emperor laughed. "How naive." Boom! Boom! The moment he said that, a loud bang sounded behind the emperors. The emperors turned to look. A gray stone coffin burst forth from a cemetery at the back mountain of Heavenly Dipper Sect and soared into the skies, hovering in midair. Creak! An ear-piercing sound echoed from the stone coffin. Battle corpse. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Immediately after, right in front of the emperors, the lid of the stone coffin slid down bit by bit before falling to the ground. A figure stood up slowly from within. This was not a corpse, but a living person. Even though he was in the ancient coffin, there was no aura of death around him, and his life force was exuberant. The person wore a dark, golden Taoist robe with countless stars imprinted on it. His black hair fluttered, and his eyes shone with starlight. He had an extraordinary bearing and was elegant. Patriarch Astral. Many emperors present exclaimed with widened eyes in disbelief when they saw that person. Su Zimo frowned as well. The origin of the astral tribulation was largely related to Patriarch Astral. However, Patriarch Astral already died in the astral tribulation. To think that this person who was already dead was now standing alive in front of the emperors. What was even more frightening was that this person had already surpassed the level of a patriarch a long time ago. Right now, the aura he emitted was comparable to the Tao Wu Demon Emperor and echoed with him from afar. This was no longer Patriarch Astral, but the Astral Immortal Emperor. An emperor could not withstand the pressure and tore through the void, wanting to escape. The void in front of the emperor had just cracked when the Astral Immortal Emperor smiled and slapped in that direction through the layers of space. Bang! The emperor's body stiffened and his eyes widened. The next moment, the emperor's body exploded and his flesh was absorbed by the dimensional tear before him. His essence spirit fell into the dimensional tear, and without the protection of his body, it was torn apart by the wild currents of the void and died on the spot. Pissed, the Emperor's expressions changed as they gasped. Although the Emperor who escaped earlier on had only comprehended a single supreme divine power, the fact that the astral immortal Emperor could kill an Emperor with such ease meant that his strength had far surpassed their imaginations. The appearance of a single Tao Wu demon Emperor already felt like an unstoppable calamity for the Emperors present. But now, another astral immortal Emperor had appeared. Su Zimo's expression turned grim. He knew that apart from the two terrifying Emperors, there should be another one. Right then, a golden light tore through the air from the direction of the East Sea and fled over. The Emperors had powerful eyesight and could see everything clearly. The golden light was an Emperor of the Golden Crow race. At that moment, the Golden Crow Emperor had a horrified expression and fled in the direction of Tianhuang mainland, as though he was greatly frightened. Swoosh! A gigantic white light descended from the skies with an unstoppable power. It was incomparably ferocious, as though it wanted to split the world apart. Heavenly Slash! The storyteller exclaimed softly. Heavenly Slash was a supreme divine power of the Tao of the Saber. It was the most ferocious and powerful, something that few divine powers could match. Chapter 1759. Blood, Refinement, Fiend Emperor. Chapter 1759. Blood, Refinement, Fiend Emperor. Sensing danger, the Golden Crow Emperor paused hurriedly and channeled his supreme divine power. His entire body curled up like a blazing sun. The Heavenly Slash descended. Without much of a pause, the Heavenly Slash's light sliced the blazing sun into two, and fresh blood splattered onto the East Sea. The Golden Crow Emperor was dead. The Saber Emperor is probably the only one in this world who can release the Heavenly Slash, Monk Kong Yin said sternly. Is it Hermit? The storyteller frowned slightly. Although Hermit is strong from what I know, he has only comprehended 3 supreme divine powers. When did he become so strong? Although it was only a single Heavenly Slash, it could be seen that the combat strength of the attacker far surpassed the emperors of the various races. Another emperor asked in confusion. Furthermore, the strange thing is that he hasn't appeared for any major events in Tianhuang mainland in recent years. The emperors of the human race looked over. Above the East Sea, a small boat floated over in the vast smoke. Although it seemed slow, it was extremely fast. On the small boat stood a man in a green woven rush raincoat and straw hat. From afar, he looked like a fisherman. It's Hermit, Monk Kong Yin said. No matter what, the fact that he's able to arrive now isn't a bad thing for us. Su Zimo shook his head gently and said sternly, Everyone watch out! He's hostile. The Emperor's hearts skipped a beat. Right then, the small boat had already arrived at the shore. Hermit raised his head slightly and looked towards the middle continent, striding over. Behind him, the void split open and figures walked out one after another. They emitted powerful auras and were all emperors. The mountain barbarian emperor who betrayed the barbarian race, the cloud boat Kuan emperor, and the tiger Kuan emperor were among them. Apart from the barbarian and Kuan races, there are also other emperors of the primordial races following Hermit. In addition, there were some emperors of the human and demon races. In the blink of an eye, there were close to 20 emperors behind Hermit. Tian Tao. The storyteller frowned and glared at one of the emperors. You're not dead. Patriarch Tian Tao was an elder of Enigma Palace and was long in his twilight years. Later on, he disappeared. Everyone thought that Patriarch Tian Tao had long exhausted his lifespan and passed away somewhere, leaving behind his inheritance. To think that Tian Tao had already become an emperor and was following behind Hermit. Cloud boat Tiger Kuan. When the Kuan Empress Inlan saw the 2 traitors who betrayed the Kuan race and killed many of her clansmen, her eyes turned red and she wanted to charge out with a murderous aura. The dragon phoenix true body grabbed her hurriedly. Inlan had just advanced to the Emperor realm and was definitely not a match for the cloud boat Kuan Emperor and tiger Kuan Emperor. Furthermore, now was not the time to resolve the feud of the Kuan race. If they did not handle it well, all of them would die here. Before long, Hermit arrived above Thousand Demon Valley. Hermit, the Tao Wu Demon Emperor, and the Astral Immortal Emperor stood in 3 different directions, forming a triangle that surrounded Su Zimo and the other emperors. Hermit held a fishing net in one hand and a slender fishing rod in the other. He looked at Su Zimo and the others with a rueful expression and sighed. "I've waited for this day for a long time. You were the one who manipulated the calamity of the barbarian, Kuan, and dragon races from behind the scenes. Your goal was to trigger a war between the 10,000 races." The storyteller said sternly. "Sort of." Hermit smiled and did not deny. "Where's the Sea Dragon Empress?" Long Ran could not help but ask sternly. The Sea Dragon Empress had once killed the Chin Dragon Emperor and caused a massive battle between the 10,000 races. Although there were many emperors behind Hermit, there was no sign of the Sea Dragon Empress. The Sea Dragon Empress is here. Hermit removed his bamboo hat and smiled sinisterly. In front of everyone, he transformed into a white-haired old lady. It was the appearance of the Sea Dragon Empress. The supreme divine power, myriad transformations. The emperors widened their eyes in shock. If everyone had not witnessed it personally, they would not have believed that the old lady with the blood chi of the dragon race was the transformation of a human. Under normal circumstances, myriad transformations did not possess any killing power. However, to be able to use myriad transformations to such an extent to hide from the senses of all the emperors, everyone felt chills run down their spines. The old lady said slowly, "Although the Chen Dragon Emperor is old, he still has some tricks up his sleeves. If I hadn't done it personally, no one else would have been able to." The death of the Chen Dragon Emperor left many doubts. At that time, Su Zimo had already questioned how the Sea Dragon Empress could kill the Chin Dragon Emperor in a single strike, given her strength. Now those doubts were resolved. "You're not Hermit." Su Zimo shook his head slowly. "Of course not." The old lady's eyes shone with a blood glint. "That Hermit was stubborn and refused to submit to me. He was killed by me a long time ago. Tao, Lord Blood Fiend." Su Zimo glared at the old lady fixedly and said slowly, "Since things have come to this, there's no need to hide anything. Let me see your true appearance." "Ah, Tao, Lord Blood Fiend. How is that possible?" The emperors were shocked. "Ha ha ha." Suddenly, the old lady reared her head in laughter and shuddered. Right in front of the emperors, she transformed into a black-robed, blood-haired man with bloodshot eyes. He was extremely handsome and exuded a demonic aura from head to toe. Hands behind his back, he looked at Su Zimo and nodded. "Very good. You've indeed guessed my identity. It's really you." Although the storyteller was mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he saw the blood-haired man. "Tao, Lord Blood Fiend. It's really him. He's not dead." Some of the older emperors recognized Tao, Lord Blood Fiend's face and exclaimed. Suddenly, the blood-haired man attacked and grabbed an emperor who spoke through the void. Poof! The emperor's body turned into a ball of blood. All his bones and organs were almost fused into the blood. The blood-haired man was the creator of the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. That fiend technique was so terrifying when released by him. Even an emperor could not defend against a single move from him. The blood-haired man opened his mouth and sucked, causing a blood-colored streak of light to shoot into his mouth. He smiled sinisterly and wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth with his finger, saying slowly, "I'm already an emperor, and my title is the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor. Anyone who calls me by the wrong title deserves to be killed." The emperors were pale with shocked expressions. The Tao Wu Demon Emperor and Astral Immortal Emperor already felt unstoppable to the emperors present. However, the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor before them made the emperors feel a sense of fear. He was bloodthirsty, violent, and unfathomable. This Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor was even more terrifying than the Tao Wu Demon Emperor and Astral Immortal Emperor. Su Zimo remained silent. The mastermind had finally appeared, but there were still many questions in his mind. Chapter 1760, Secret of the Catastrophes. Chapter 1760, Secret of the Catastrophes. Given the capabilities of the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor and the nature of the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, it was only logical for him to control those emperors. Some of the emperors here were once patriarchs whose lifespans were almost up. If they could not break through, they could only die after expending their lifespans. At that point of time, a Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra dangled before them. It was a cultivation technique that could increase their lifespans and allow them to break through their cultivation realms. Who could resist such temptation? Even someone as strong as Monk Daming chose to compromise and cultivate the fiend technique to break out of the ancient coffin after being trapped for 40,000 years. However, Su Zimo still had many questions. Given the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor's talent and methods, logically speaking, he should have reached the peak of Tianhuang mainland a long time ago. Why did he have to wait so many years and launch catastrophes in secret? What was the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor's motive? Why did the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor save him back then? The Tao Wu Demon Emperor had nothing to do with Su Zimo, so why did the former help him back in the 1,000-year Blood Sea? How many secrets did Monk Daming know? What role did he play in this? Countless questions circled around Su Zimo's mind. You were the one who destroyed the Bloodvine race. Su Zimo asked. That's right. The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor nodded and did not hide anything. Why? Su Zimo asked again. Half of the Bloodvine race's bloodline flowed in the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor's body. How could he have done such a cruel thing to the Bloodvine race? That's because they deserve to die. The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor's eyes were filled with endless hatred. As though he recalled something, he said slowly with a dark expression, All the Bloodvines deserve to be killed. You guys too. The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor's gaze shifted to the storyteller and the other emperors as he said coldly, Back then, all of you from the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sects hunted me down, and none of you were willing to help me. Today, I'm going to make you guys pay. I'm going to make all of you submit to me. I'm going to turn all of you into my blood slaves. Tianhuang mainland is under my control. I want to become the eternal fiend emperor. I want to create a race that belongs to me. I want Tianhuang mainland to become the turf of my blood race. His words spread through the entire Tianhuang mainland and contained an unparalleled will. The 10,000 races were silent. The emperors were dumbfounded and felt a chilling intent. Su Zimo was shocked as well. Even he had not expected the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor to have such ambitions. Not only did he want to rule over Tianhuang mainland, he even wanted to turn all living beings in Tianhuang mainland into his slaves and listen to his orders. The 10,000 races, human race, demon race, and primordial 9 races of Tianhuang mainland would all fall under a single title, the Blood Race. The methods of the 3 emperors present, the Tao Wu Demon Emperor, Astral Immortal Emperor, and Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor, were way too terrifying. They could kill all the emperors present with a single move. The emperors were at a loss. Right now, there were only 2 options before the emperors. They could either die or choose to become a blood slave of the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor. The storyteller took a deep breath and tried his best to compose himself. He looked at the Tao Wu Demon Emperor and Astral Immortal Emperor not far away and said, Blood Fiend, It's fine if you want to dominate Tianhuang mainland. However, even the two of them won't agree if you want the 10,000 races of Tianhuang mainland to become part of the blood race, right? The Tao Wu Demon Emperor was a demon, while the Astral Immortal Emperor was a human. In the storyteller's opinion, even if they had joined forces with the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor, it was unlikely that they would allow him to take over the demon and human races as well. If he could sow discord between the three of them, there might be a chance of survival. They'll definitely agree. The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor laughed sinisterly. That's because they're just clones that I condensed. The moment he said that, the faces of the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor, Tao Wu Demon Emperor, and Astral Immortal Emperor changed into terrifying blood faces. 3 blood faces opened their mouths and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. The laughter was ear-piercing and shuddering. The emperors felt deep despair when they looked at the 3 identical blood faces. Some emperors looked at Su Zimo instinctively. Everyone knew that the current martial emperor had condensed 2 true bodies, a taboo dragon phoenix and a creation green lotus. They were independent and invincible. However, they did not expect the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor before them to be even more terrifying. Apart from his prime body, the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor had also condensed 2 independent clones that had grown to such a terrifying extent. Even without the other emperors, his Tao Wu Demon Emperor and Astral Immortal Emperor clones were enough to rule over Tianhuang mainland. Almost all the cloning techniques in the cultivation world did not have essence spirits and could not be cultivated alone. It was also a freak coincidence that Su Zimo's 2 true bodies could be formed. His cultivation path was almost impossible to replicate. However, the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor's clone technique was definitely a top-tier cultivation technique. Night Spirit had once told Su Zimo that there were similar cloning techniques in the upper world. In fact, Su Zimo suspected that the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor's clone technique came from the upper world. More than 1,000 years ago, my fiend technique could have been cultivated to the perfected stage. The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor shifted his gaze towards Su Zimo and said hatefully, "Unfortunately, something happened more than 1,000 years ago. Otherwise, I would have appeared a long time ago, and Tianhuang mainland would have been under my control." More than 1,000 years ago. The emperors looked at Su Zimo instinctively. Under normal circumstances, Desolate Marshall's cultivation realm shouldn't have been high 1,000 years ago. How could he have had any interactions with the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor? More than 1,000 years ago. Long Ran frowned, slightly in deep thought. I got it. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and his eyes shone brightly as he said slowly, "Your clone technique did not only condense 2 clones, there were 3. Ah, the emperors were alarmed. 2 clones were already so terrifying, let alone 3. Carry on. The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor smiled gently and nodded to Su Zimo, indicating for him to continue. Su Zimo said, 30,000 years ago, you caused the 1,000 demon tribulation, causing blood to flow like rivers and corpses to be strewn everywhere. Your final goal was to condense this clone of the Tao Wu Demon Emperor. It's the same for the astral tribulation 20,000 years ago. You did it to condense this clone of the Astral Immortal Emperor. The Great Qian Tribulation 10,000 years ago was for the 3rd clone you wanted to cultivate. This 3rd clone is buried at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Long Ran shuddered and finally understood. A look of admiration flashed through the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor's eyes as he nodded. Very good. Continue. Su Zimo sneered. Unfortunately, when your 3rd clone was about to be created successfully, someone went to the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley more than 1,000 years ago. This person wanted to head to the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley to retrieve a supreme treasure of the Buddhist monasteries. However, She discovered the existence of your clone and destroyed it in passing. Everyone was confused and could not understand who Su Zimo was referring to. To think that someone could destroy the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor's clone and severely injure him. At that point, the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor seemed to have recalled something, and his expression changed indeterminately. A look of fear flashed through his eyes before turning into deep hatred. He followed Su Zimo's words and said coldly, "That's right. She was none other than your Miss Dai." Chapter 1761, Daming Buddha Emperor. Chapter 1761, Daming Buddha Emperor. At that point, the emperors finally understood. More than 1,000 years ago, that peerless woman in blood-colored robes came to Tianhuang mainland and destroyed a clone of the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor. If not for the blood-robed woman, Tianhuang mainland would have long become the world of the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor. At the same time, the emperors suddenly realized something. Now that the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor chose to appear, it meant that his third clone had been condensed. The fiend technique of the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor was already perfected. In that case, the reason why you triggered the battle of the 10,000 races was to cultivate your third clone. The storyteller said sternly. The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor extended his finger and shook it gently. Cultivating a third clone is only one of my motives, but it's not my true intentions. The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor turned to Su Zimo and said slowly, "My true goal is you." "Me." Su Zimo raised his brow. The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor said, "I wanted to see your final trump cards." The battle of the 10,000 races was the best opportunity for that. I was careless in the past and committed a huge mistake, causing a clone to be destroyed. I won't make the same mistake twice. Since that woman thinks so highly of you, I was worried that she might have left some trump cards for you. Therefore, the true goal of this 10,000 race meet is to force out your final trump cards. The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor smiled smugly. Indeed, that woman appeared. The storyteller's expression was terrible. The terror of the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor was not only because of the combat strength he displayed, but also because of his intelligence that was demonic and almost flawless. Enigma Palace specialized in divination and mapped out the lives of the masses. As the storyteller, he was even more proficient in this Tao. However, the strategy displayed by the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor was far above his. Right now, the crack of Tianhuang mainland had already healed, and no expert of the upper world could descend. No one could suppress this fiend. Su Zimo's gaze shifted between the Tao Wu Demon Emperor and Astral Immortal Emperor. Suddenly he said, "Of your two clones, one is a Demon Emperor while the other is an Immortal Emperor. As for yourself, you are a Fiend Emperor. If I'm not wrong, your third clone should be an Emperor of the Buddhist monasteries." Smart. The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor could not help but exclaim and clap. Suddenly, Su Zimo thought of a terrifying possibility, and his heart sank. He glared at the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor and asked sternly, "Where's your third clone? Who is it?" "That's me." Right then, a voice sounded not far away. It was gentle and calm, like Sanskrit, piercing into one's heart with a soothing charm. The emperors turned towards the voice. Su Zimo did not look at it. That was because he already knew who it was from that voice. Monk Daming. Not far away, a white-robed monk walked over slowly with a calm expression. His long hair that covered half his face had already been shaved. "Monk Daming, it's indeed you." Although the storyteller knew about this long ago, he was still shocked when he truly saw Monk Daming. The other emperors were even more shocked. To think that both monster incarnates of 40,000 years ago would have returned. Su Zimo turned to look at Monk Daming as well. Monk Daming nodded slightly at Su Zimo and smiled. Suddenly, Su Zimo felt that the current Monk Daming seemed to have changed. It was an indescribable feeling, and it wasn't just because of his shaved long hair. So, you're the third clone he wants to condense. The Daming Buddha Emperor. Su Zimo sighed gently. I should have guessed. The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor looked at Monk Daming as well, and sighed wistfully. We meet again after 40,000 years. That's right, we meet again. Monk Daming smiled gently. The two of them greeted one another like good friends. Su Zimo could vaguely tell that something was different. Monk Daming was different from the Tao Wu Demon Emperor and the Astral Immortal Emperor. It was as though he had not been completely refined by the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor. Monk Daming still retained his own will and thoughts. In other words, the Monk Daming before them right now could not be considered as the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor's third clone yet. However, the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor was in no hurry, nor was he surprised. Everything was clearly under his control. Monk Daming, you're the only one qualified to be my opponent in this generation. The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor said, Even Desolate Marshal is nothing in my eyes. In Tianhuang mainland, the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor was probably the only one who did not take the Martial Emperor seriously. He was the only one who was qualified to say something like that. I wouldn't dare to. Monk Daming shook his head gently. However, you've underestimated the Martial Emperor. Monk Daming looked at Su Zimo deeply before looking at the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor. The Martial Emperor is stronger than you imagine. Fufu, with just his two true bodies. The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor sneered with disdain. Monk Daming shook his head and did not explain. Su Zimo watched coldly from the sidelines in silence. He had a feeling that Monk Daming knew something. Could Monk Daming already know the true identity of the martial Tao Prime body? The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor said, 40,000 years ago, when we fought for the fourth time, I was severely injured, but you were soft-hearted and persuaded me to convert to Buddhism. That was the reason why I got the chance to retaliate against you. Actually, I lost that battle. The emperors were dumbfounded. The shocking battle between Monk Daming and the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor 40,000 years ago was a mystery that even Enigma Palace had no records of. The only ones who truly knew about the situation were the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor and Monk Daming. Although the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor only said a few words, he roughly described the situation of that battle. Su Zimo was shocked as well. Initially, he thought that Monk Daming suffered a crushing defeat. To think that there would be such a detail. Monk Daming shook his head. All is fair in war. In the end, I was the one who lost that battle. There's nothing to argue about. Both of them were proud people. Although the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor won unfairly in the past, he did not hide anything today and revealed everything. Monk Daming was even more calm and did not argue about the outcome of that battle. That was their pride. You were kind enough not to kill me back then. Since I won, I naturally won't kill you either. Suddenly, the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor smiled. You wanted to persuade me to convert to Buddhism, but I refused. Since you're so compassionate and benevolent, I'll definitely let someone like you fall into the Fiend Tao. Suddenly, Su Zimo realized. The battle 40,000 years ago was clear. Part of the reason why the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor did not kill Monk Daming was because he appreciated the other party. More than that, it was because, although Monk Daming initially won that battle, he did not kill the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor. Instead, he left the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor with a chance of survival. It all started when Monk Daming persuaded the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor to convert to Buddhism. Because of that, the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor trapped Monk Daming in the ancient coffin and etched the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra on its lid. Since you want me to become a Buddha, I'll turn you into a fiend. By doing that, the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor was actually still fighting Monk Daming. Chapter 1762. Terrifying Fiend Technique. Chapter 1762. Terrifying Fiend Technique. The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor destroyed Monk Daming's body and trapped his essence spirit in the ancient coffin, even leaving behind a Mingwang prayer bead. Back when he gathered that information, Su Zimo could not understand. Why did the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor spend so much effort to set up such a trap? It was only when the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor recounted the situation of the battle 40,000 years ago that Su Zimo understood. Although the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor won, he was indignant. He wanted to fight Monk Daming. The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor left a chance of survival on purpose. If Monk Daming wanted to leave alive, he would only have a chance if he cultivated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. The titular disciple of the Buddhist monasteries, Monk Daming, who had the compassion to save the masses, fell into the Fiend Tao and cultivated a fiend technique, becoming the fiend he wanted to suppress in the past. The moment Monk Daming broke free, he had already lost. Actually, the fight between the two of them did not stop at all. Instead, it lasted for 40,000 years. Su Zimo sighed emotionally. Although Monk Daming lost, Su Zimo was still filled with admiration for him. 40,000 years of struggle. It was dark in that cramped ancient coffin. There was no sound, no life, and nothing but a lonely essence spirit. Su Zimo did not dare to imagine how Monk Daming managed to survive the past 40,000 years. Su Zimo believed that he had a strong will and an unshakable Tao heart. However, he believed that he would not be able to last 40,000 years if he was in the same position. "You're truly amazing." The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor looked at Monk Daming and lamented as well. "Back then, I was truly worried that you would waste your time until your essence spirit withered and you died in the ancient coffin. Finally, Fufu, you finally escaped." The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor could not help but laugh without concealing the joy and excitement in his heart. "The fact that you're free means that I've won. Furthermore, you'll never be able to turn the tides this time round. Indeed, I lost after 40,000 years of fighting." Monk Daming looked at his hands. "All these years, in order to increase my strength, I cultivated the fiend technique, and my hands have been stained with endless blood. I'm no longer worthy of the title of Daming." Su Zimo sighed internally. This was also the reason why Monk Daming gave him the complete Mingwang prayer beads after knowing his identity. Although Monk Daming broke free, he felt guilty and could not face his old friends. In fact, he even wore his long hair to cover his face. Monk Daming must have endured immense pain and suffering all these years. After a moment of silence, Monk Daming said, "I've lost completely in the battle for the past 40,000 years. However, the battle between us is not over yet. I've returned this time round to make a final conclusion." Ha ha ha. The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor could not help but burst into laughter. "Daming, don't harbor any hopes. You know very well that since you've cultivated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, you'll never be able to defeat me." Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor's words seemed to have a deeper meaning. Why could one never win the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor after cultivating the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra? The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor said, "Daming, I've just said that you're the only one worthy of being my opponent in this generation. If possible, I don't want to refine you into my third clone either. As long as you choose to submit to me today, I'm willing to share this world with you. From this day forth, you, Daming, can stand shoulder to shoulder with me in Tianhuang mainland. Your status will be above the emperor's, and you will rule over Tianhuang mainland with the 10,000 races under your feet." The emperors were shocked. Everyone could tell how much the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor valued Monk Daming. The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor could even give up on condensing a third clone to give Monk Daming a chance to be on par with him. After Monk Daming appeared, There was no one else in the blood refinement fiend Emperor's eyes. To be precise, in the eyes of the blood refinement fiend Emperor, everyone else, even Su Zimo, were his blood slaves. Only Monk Daming was qualified to be on par with him. Suddenly, a terrifying guess crossed Su Zimo's mind as he asked, "Blood Fiend, why did you save me twice back in the 1,000-year Blood Sea and East Sea?" In the 1,000-year Blood Sea, it was the clone of the blood refinement fiend Emperor, the Tao Wu Demon Emperor, that released the blood-colored bubbles to save Su Zimo. Above the East Sea, the blood refinement fiend Emperor transformed into hermit and saved him from the hands of the Golden Crow Patriarch. The blood refinement fiend Emperor laughed. "Desolate Marshal, haven't you realized yet? Even you will just merely be a blood slave of mine. Among the many blood slaves, you're the most outstanding and have the greatest potential. How can I bear to see you die?" The emperors were alarmed and turned to look. Even the Martial Emperor would only be a blood slave of the blood refinement fiend Emperor. That information was way too terrifying. Monk Daming turned to Su Zimo. The reason why the blood refinement fiend sutra is so powerful is not only because it can refine bloodlines limitlessly. More than that, it's because those who cultivate this fiend technique will not be able to break free from the control of Blood Fiend. Su Zimo had only cultivated a small portion of the blood refinement fiend sutra on the ancient coffin. Therefore, he could not see through the essence of the fiend technique. However, after releasing the fiend technique a few times, he could vaguely sense that there was something extremely terrifying behind it. Therefore, after the battle at the 1,000-year Blood Sea, he did not release the blood refinement fiend sutra, no matter how dangerous it was. Su Zimo said in a deep voice, "In that case, the deeper you cultivate this fiend technique, the harder it will be for you to break free." "That's right." Monk Daming nodded. "That's why I wanted to kill you on 6 Stars Mountain back then. It was because you cultivated this fiend technique and were already considered his blood slave. I didn't want you to become stronger. That's why I wanted to kill you. However, even till the end, you did not use the fiend technique. That was why I did not kill you either." Monk Daming continued. "The blood refinement fiend sutra that the two of us cultivated was left behind by Blood Fiend, so it has the smallest flaws. However, he left a lot of flaws in the fiend technique cultivated by the others. Therefore, when the same fiend technique is released, it's difficult for the others to affect us." Suddenly, Su Zimo was enlightened. He suddenly understood many things. It was no wonder why Monk Daming stopped Heavenly Secrets and Purple Flame from refining their bloodlines in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley. DU's blood tribute could not affect Monk Daming either. On the contrary, Monk Daming could refine it with ease. Simply put, although they were all cultivating the blood refinement fiend sutra, the two of them cultivated a more complete and top-tier fiend technique. The others were using an inferior version. That's right. The blood refinement fiend Emperor looked at Su Zimo and said proudly, "Desolate Marshal, from now on, you'll be the highest level blood slave under me. You will only be beneath me and Daming." By saying that, it was as though the blood refinement fiend Emperor had bestowed a great gift upon Su Zimo. Chapter 1763. Blood Fiend's Miscalculation. Chapter 1763. Blood Fiend's Miscalculation. "Blood Fiend, aren't you way too confident?" Su Zimo sneered. "I've only cultivated a few sections of your blood refinement fiend sutra and released it a few times. Do you think you can control me with that? Additionally, even if you can control it, you'll only be able to control my Dragon Phoenix true body at most. This green lotus true body of mine was created by the creation green lotus and has nothing to do with the blood refinement fiend sutra." After reconstructing his green lotus true body, Su Zimo had never released the blood refinement fiend sutra. The one who truly released the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra was his original body, the current Dragon Phoenix true body. Fufufu. The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor grinned and shook his head. Desolate Marshal, you're way too naive. Do you think that the fiend technique I created is only related to my body and bloodline? As long as you cultivate it, this fiend technique will haunt you forever, including your essence spirit. Before his sentence was finished, his eyes lit up with a strange blood glint. Ugh. Su Zimo grunted dully and his expression changed. Blood-colored chains appeared on the Dragon Phoenix true body and coiled around his body tightly. No matter how the Dragon Phoenix true body channeled his blood chi, he could not take on the form of a taboo and break free from the scarlet chain. In the consciousness of the Green Lotus true body, blood-colored threads appeared on the black-haired essence spirit on the creation Lotus platform as well. The blood-colored threads emitted an extremely evil power and were extremely sharp, gripping the Green Lotus essence spirit tightly. Su Zimo's expression turned extremely terrible. To think that this fiend technique would be so terrifying. Even though his essence spirit was split into two and he cultivated two true bodies, he could not break free from the influence of this fiend technique. Although the Green Lotus true body was reconstructed without any impurities and had nothing to do with the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, his Green Lotus essence spirit was already tainted by that evil power when he cultivated and released the fiend technique. The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor surveyed his surroundings and looked at the other emperors proudly. Why aren't you guys submitting? Even your Martial Emperor is only my blood slave right now. Many emperors had pale expressions of despair. Even the storytellers' eyes dimmed. Their only hope was the Martial Emperor. But now that the Martial Emperor was under the control of the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor, no one in Tianhuang mainland could match him. Are you still struggling? The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor looked at Su Zimo's two true bodies and said coldly, "Kneel." The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor's eyes shone with a scarlet glint. The blood-colored chains on the Dragon Phoenix true body tightened. They emitted an extremely strange power and began to absorb the bloodline of the Dragon Phoenix true body to refine it. A powerful will descended in the consciousness of the Dragon Phoenix true body. Under the envelopment of that will, the Dragon Phoenix essence spirit felt a tremendous pressure and its consciousness turned blurry. Roar! The Dragon Phoenix true body growled. Scarlet dragon scales appeared on his body one after another, burning with raging flames as he fought against the blood-colored chains. The two different forces devoured one another mutually. At the same time, the essence spirit of the Dragon Phoenix true body fought against the will and refused to back down. The Green Lotus true body was in the same situation. An extremely powerful will wanted to suppress the Green Lotus essence spirit and control it. Green rays of light burst forth from the 72 lotus holes of the creation Lotus platform and surrounded the Green Lotus essence spirit, resisting the will. A voice seemed to echo in the hearts of his two true bodies, telling him to give up on resisting. Su Zimo was unmoved and tried his best to maintain his clarity to fight against that power. Although the two true bodies did not submit to the will of the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor, they trembled and endured immense pain. The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor frowned and his expression darkened. He had not expected Su Zimo's will to be so strong that it could form a stalemate with him. When Monk Daming saw that, he smiled gently. Blood Fiend, you miscalculated. Even if you schemed for 40,000 years and racked your brains, you did not expect that the Martial Emperor would be able to enter a stalemate with you because of his lack of fiendish tendencies and strong Tao heart. Humph. The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor sneered indifferently. This is nothing. The current situation is still under my control. Although I haven't controlled Desolate Marshal completely, His two true bodies can't even fend for themselves right now and have no combat strength. I can destroy him at any moment. Everyone could tell that the blood refinement fiend emperor was not lying. Right now, Su Zimo's two true bodies were restrained by the blood refinement fiend sutra. Although they did not fall completely, it was extremely difficult for them to resist. Notwithstanding the blood refinement fiend emperor, any emperor would be able to kill Su Zimo with ease. The blood refinement fiend emperor looked at Monk Daming and continued, "It's not impossible if I want to control Desolate Marshal completely. As long as I refine you and perfect my fiend technique, I'll be able to control him with ease." Monk Daming shook his head. "Wrong again. This is your second miscalculation. I've already said that the fight between us is not over. The reason why I'm back is to end it with you." The blood refinement fiend emperor sneered. "Daming, you're different from Desolate Marshal. Over the years, you've been deeply fiendish. You know very well how many bloodlines you refined in this battle of the 10,000 races. If I want to refine you into my third clone, you won't be able to resist at all." Monk Daming said, "Blood fiend, do you know why I cultivated the fiend technique and came out of the ancient coffin?" The blood refinement fiend emperor frowned slightly. "I didn't do it because I wanted to survive." Monk Daming continued, "I cultivated this fiend technique and broke free because I wanted to think of a way to dispel your fiend technique. Nothing is absolute. Everything in the world has its counter. Even the most perfect cultivation techniques have flaws. If you can create the blood refinement fiend sutra, I'll definitely be able to dispel it." "You." The blood refinement fiend emperor's heart skipped a beat as he opened his eyes and channeled his fiend technique, wanting to try and control Monk Daming. Beams of blood chi burst forth from Monk Daming's body. It was as though an evil fiend had awakened within Monk Daming's body. Suddenly, Monk Daming flicked his finger and smiled with a benevolent gaze. A divine and flawless halo appeared behind his head. A powerful Buddhist will descended and suppressed the ferocious fiend in his body. The blood refinement fiend emperor's expression darkened completely. He had failed. Monk Daming was completely out of his control. Although Su Zimo was resisting the control of the blood refinement fiend sutra and could not move, he could still sense the situation outside. He finally understood why Monk Daming wanted to collect many cultivation techniques and secret skills over the years. Monk Daming even took the risk to head to Enigma Palace and steal the Mystic Firmament record. That was because he wanted to find a way to dispel the blood refinement fiend sutra using those cultivation techniques. And now he had succeeded. That was the reason why he shaved his long hair and became Monk Daming once more. Monk Daming did not lose. Chapter 1764. Appearance of the Prime Body. Chapter 1764. Appearance of the Prime Body. Fu. The blood refinement fiend emperor's expression changed, and he suddenly laughed. Initially, he merely chuckled. In the end, he reared his head in laughter. Ha ha ha. His laughter was loud and filled with a powerful, that was deafening and spread in all directions. Under normal circumstances, the blood refinement fiend emperor should have been dealt a huge blow, given that the third clone he had painstakingly cultivated was completely out of his control. Furthermore, this also meant that the blood refinement fiend emperor had lost to Monk Daming this time round. This should be even more unacceptable for the blood refinement fiend emperor. However, the blood refinement fiend emperor laughed instead of getting angry, as though he was indifferent to everything. Blood chi filled his body and his aura was torrential. "Daming, it doesn't matter even if I miscalculated twice. I'll repeat it again, the situation is still under my control. Although you've dispelled the blood refinement fiend sutra, you haven't won against me either. As long as I suppress you, I can still assimilate you completely with my fiend technique. In the end, you still can't beat me. Monk Daming shook his head gently. It won't be so easy to suppress me. The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor said proudly, I know your strength the best. Even if you've absorbed and refined endless bloodlines in the battle of the 10,000 races this time round, a single clone of mine is enough to suppress you completely. Monk Daming smiled. Blood Fiend, this is your third miscalculation. The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. Monk Daming said indifferently, There's someone you missed out. Impossible. The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor said resolutely, I've planned for 40,000 years, and all the paragons and monster incarnates born in Tianhuang mainland are within my sights without exception. Monk Daming turned around and said to the void, I can only deal with one of the Blood Fiend's clones. I'll leave Blood Fiend's prime body and his other clone to you. It was clear that Monk Daming was talking to someone. However, the void was empty. The emperors could not see anyone either. The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor narrowed his eyes that shone with a blood glint. He released his spirit consciousness and enveloped the void, sealing it completely. Nobody, a puzzled look flashed through the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor's eyes. Given his understanding of Monk Daming, the latter would definitely not do something so mystifying. However, who in Tianhuang mainland could hide from his senses? Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the void, and the entire space rippled like a lake. A person walked out slowly from the void ripples. The person wore purple robes that draped over his shoulders. His face was shrouded by a layer of fog, and his face was blurry. Instantly, countless gazes landed on the purple-robed man. Who is that? What's his cultivation realm? Many emperors were puzzled. Back then, the martial Tao Prime Body had only snatched the cultivation techniques and secret skills of Heavenly Dipper Sect, Malevolent Earth Sect, and Penglai Island at the 10,000 race meet. None of the emperors present had seen him before. What surprised the emperors the most was that not only could they not see through the fog on this person's face, they could not even detect his cultivation realm. Everything about this person was a mystery. The storyteller divined in secret. Before long, the storyteller shuddered. He could not divine anything at all. Back then, even when he divined Su Zimo, he could still see some of the latter's background. However, it failed halfway. However, this person was completely untraceable. The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor's expression darkened as well. That was because even he could not tell the purple-robed man's background and cultivation. However, the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor was not worried. The world of Tianhuang mainland was already perfected with complete heaven and earth laws. There was no way this person was an expert of the upper world. Since this was someone from the lower world, the Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor believed that he would be able to suppress him with his capabilities. Who are you? The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. Before the martial Tao Prime Body could reply, Monk Daming smiled gently. Blood Fiend, I've just told you earlier that you've underestimated the Martial Emperor. Desolate Martial. The Blood Refinement Fiend Emperor frowned. What has that person got to do with Desolate Martial? The martial Tao Prime Body was surprised and glanced sideways at Monk Daming, asking with a smile, When did you know? In the ancient battlefield. Monk Daming said, Back then, after you and I became emperors and killed Diyu and the Corpse Emperor, I mentioned your existence to your Green Lotus True Body. Although your Green Lotus True Body was a little surprised, he was still too calm without any bit of curiosity. At that time, I guessed it. The martial Tao Prime Body could not help but praise internally. Monk Daming was indeed the smartest and most talented cultivator he had ever encountered. The fact that he was able to dispel the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra was proof of how strong and talented he was. Since Monk Daming exposed him, there was no need for the martial Tao prime body to hide. The fog on his face gradually dispersed, revealing his true appearance. Initially, the emperors were confused when they heard the conversation between the martial Tao prime body and monk Daming. However, when the martial Tao prime body revealed his true appearance, it caused an uproar. Ah, how is that possible? Martial Emperor. The emperors widened their eyes in disbelief. The storyteller opened his mouth slightly as well and looked back and forth between the Dragon Phoenix true body, Green Lotus true body, and the martial Tao prime body. Could this be the martial emperor's third true body? It was no wonder why the blood refinement fiend emperor was a formidable figure. After his shock, he regained his composure and looked at the martial Tao prime body coldly. Interesting. The blood refinement fiend emperor smiled. To think that your clone could hide so well that even I was fooled. He channeled his fiend technique secretly, and his eyes shone with a blood glint, wanting to try and control the martial Tao prime body. There's no need to try. The martial Tao prime body could tell the blood refinement fiend emperor's intentions and said indifferently, "Your fiend technique is useless against me." The birth of the martial Tao prime body was a variable to begin with. This true body was formed from the martial Tao fruit and gathered the will of the martial Tao, the faith of all living beings, and many other powers. There were no traces of the blood refinement fiend sutra. Good. The blood refinement fiend emperor nodded repeatedly. To think that after plotting for 40,000 years, a variable still appeared. However, it doesn't matter. I want to see who in Tianhuang mainland can defend against my attacks. Kill! Blood chi surged from the blood refinement fiend emperor, Tao Wu demon emperor, and astral immortal emperor as they revealed menacing blood faces, roaring in all directions. The battle broke out instantly. The storyteller, Long Ran, and the others looked for the blood slave emperors who had already submitted to the blood refinement fiend emperor right away. The blood refinement fiend emperor and his two clones could only be left to the martial Tao prime body and monk Daming. Even Night Spirit could not interfere in a battle of this level.